Weird knocking on my door. I have a story of something that has just happened to me a few days ago. First, I will explain my situation a little bit, just to add context. I live alone with just me and my little dog. I don't talk to many people, so I guess in my adult years I've settled down quite a bit. With those things being said, I'll get to the story. My house is kind of big, but it has no upstairs, and it has 3 doors. 1 door in the front, 1 door in the back, and a sliding glass door in my bedroom. It also has double garage doors. So by now, most people know me. They know that my bedroom, and they know that it's an easy way to catch me off guard when they come to my house looking for me. They come to my bedroom sliding glass door and knock for me, which, by the way, I can't stand. So recently I've been covering up the entire windows on that door so nobody can just come right to my bedroom and see me sleeping or laying naked with a girl, etc. And yeah, it's happened. Anyway, so like I was saying, I have a deed just to become a little bit accustomed to people I know coming and knocking on my bedroom door, even though I don't much care for it. Now, as of recent, I've been rearranging my house, so it's a bit of a mess and a lot of things are just stacked up in my bedroom. So for the past 2 months, I've been sleeping in my living room on the couch. So the other morning, I was home all day that day. So I was sleeping, and at around 9 a.m., I heard a light knocking on the sliding glass doors. My bedroom is right next to the living room, so it woke me up. Usually my little dog will bark at anybody knocking, and I mean anything. She's a little yapper. I wake up and I'm laying there and I look at her laying next to me and she was awake. Nothing out of her mouth. The knocks were light in the sense that it seemed like they didn't want to be inconsiderate since it was still morning. At least that's what I was thinking. So I'm thinking, okay, the dog just must not have heard it. Then, as I was thinking that, more knocking, but this time a bit louder as another attempt to get attention of whoever's inside. Still nothing from my dog, which is so strange. Like I said, she barks at the wind guys. So now I'm thinking, okay, not expecting anybody, and I know it's not the cops because they knock loud. So I get up, sneak into my kitchen to look outside by my bedroom. There's a little concrete patio out there. Well, no one's there, so I go over toward my back door. I look out into the driveway. Once again, nobody there, no cars, no nothing. There was nobody. I texted everybody I talked to, which is, only about 5 people. They all said that they weren't here. They all just didn't say anything when I told them what happened, like I was crazy. I know it wasn't the mailman because my mail doesn't come until around noon and both of my neighbors have been at work. And I have since asked them that, and it wasn't them either. Shit. Like, this really messes with my head because I know what I heard, and I know what my bedroom glass door sounds like when it's being knocked on. I've seen weird things before, at least here at this house, but never something like this. Could it have been a bird? Let me know what you guys think. Talented bird. This is a long one, but it is the scariest paranormal / reincarnation I've ever experienced. It's titled Blast to the Past. In 2019, me and my now husband were enjoying a cold beer in our rented flat one night. We were daydreaming of the future and scrolling through Rightmove. We were looking at properties out of our price range, wondering what it would be like to live in and own one of these homes. This is kind of something we often did, sending each other properties that both of us knew we wouldn't be able to afford. I would often make the comment of, "That's it, that's the one." My husband would respond with, "Ah, yes, I'll take 2 for that price." Well, this night was like no other. We scoured the web for properties all across the UK with no intention of actually pursuing this dream due to our current financial circumstances. "You're going to love this one," my husband said. "It's right up your street. Cozy cottage, rural, log burner." "Say no more. Send it to me," I said. The moment I heard the words cozy cottage, I was already in love. Bing! He sends across the link, and I excitedly started scrolling through the listing. "Oh my God, that's the one," I said. But this time it was different. This time it really was the one. My heart started racing as I read deeper into the property specifics. It was everything I'd ever dreamed of. My husband knew it too. Just one slight problem. The price. No way would we be able to afford this house. And even if we could save the money, the property would definitely sell before that. "We have to go see it, Leo." "We can't, darling. We can't afford to buy right now, and besides, it's 2 hours away from here. Would you even want to move that far?" "Of course I would. For that house, I would move to the other side of the country. It's perfect." I was hooked. Knew that I needed to at least view this property. A feeling I'd never had before, and we hadn't ever considered actually viewing any of the previous properties that we'd had quote-unquote fallen in love with before. "Sorry, love. One day we will have our dream home," Leo said. But I knew that I had to have that house. The next morning I got up for work and noticed my husband was already in the home office. "Early start?" I asked as I walked into his office. I noticed the house listing open on his computer screen. "I can't stop thinking about that house," he said. "I'm going to call the estate agents today and maybe book a viewing. Don't get your hopes up, though. I just don't see how we can afford it, but there's no harm in looking, right?" I was like a kid in a candy shop. I was so excited to actually view a property, and the fact that it was my dream home, my hopes couldn't be any higher. Leo spoke with the estate agents, booked a viewing for the following Saturday. 5 days I had to wait to view the house. Every day I was certain that we would get a call saying the house had been sold or that they were taking no more viewings. But Saturday came around, and it was finally time to make the 2-hour journey. The car ride felt like a lifetime. We spoke about our future, the house, and the finances. We both knew we wouldn't be able to afford to do this, but we jumped in with this rose-tinted glass anyway. There it is. I pointed at the for sale sign propped up outside the cottage. It looked exactly like the photos. We were greeted at the door by the current owners, and they quickly showed us in. There's not many times in life where I find myself speechless, but this is one of those times. The cottage was surreal and the location was perfect. I looked at my husband and his face said it all. He, too, was in love. The homeowners seemed very nice. They explained that they were in a hurry to sell. They were sad to be leaving after only spending 1 year in the property. 1 year, thought to myself. I would spend the rest of my life here. But little did I know what was to come. Back in the car, me and my husband were silent. We both knew it wouldn't be possible. Told ourselves not to get our hopes up before coming here, but now that we had seen the house, we both knew that it really was the one. That night, we just sat and went through all of our expenses, canceling all of our unnecessary subscriptions, desperately trying to find an inch of possibility to scrape together the deposit needed. But no matter how hard we tried, we would fall at least 10,000 short of what we needed. Disheartened and exhausted, we both agreed it wasn't possible and we would just have to forget that we had ever seen the house. We emailed the estate agents, thanked them for their time, and asked them to keep us in the loop on the sale of the cottage. The following day was as normal as our Sundays were. We met family, went shopping, and continued as if nothing had happened. That was, of course, until Leo had an unexpected business call to take. Really? You're going to answer that? It's a Sunday. Can't it wait until you're back to work? I asked. I won't be long. I'm not sure who it is, but it could be urgent. He took himself off to answer the call. Roughly 5 minutes later, he walked back in the room, only it had looked like he had seen a ghost. What's wrong? I hurried over to him. You're never going to believe it. Somebody had just offered me a job on the side, cash in hand sort of thing. It's great. Do you think you can do it? You're quite busy as it is. I asked the question, but I knew he would say yes. He's kind of a workaholic. You don't understand, Chloe. This isn't a small job. They've offered me $10,000 to do this for them. Are you serious? Couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was like somebody above had sent an angel. All I could think about was the house. I accepted it straight away. I needed to start working on it tonight. They need it desperately. That's fantastic. 10,000. It's exactly enough for the house deposit. He finished my sentence off. We were both slightly weirded out by the coincidence, but have always lived by the motto, if it's meant to be, it will be. The following morning, we rang the estate agents first thing and placed our offer on the house. By the afternoon, we had been accepted and had already received all the legal documents to fill in. We were over the moon, and for the next 4 months, we worked relentlessly to save any extra penny, both putting in overtime and my husband working side jobs on an evening and weekend to make sure that we had the best start in our new home. Move-in day came around, and the whole process was so smooth sailing. It really was meant to be, I thought. It took us some time to adjust to our new home, getting our bearings in a new town, coming to terms, that we were homeowners, and making sure every last ornament was placed perfectly. We both often joked that the house felt like it was drawing us in, almost like it had a personality. Maybe this was because the property was nearly 200 years old and had a lot of character. But after a while, I did start to get a slight uneasy feeling. All of the coincidences and the fact that we were actually in the property did make me start to question how this was actually possible. Now, before I continue deeper into this story, I want to pause here and tell you that my husband is the biggest skeptic I've ever met. We couldn't be more opposite when it comes to the paranormal and the supernatural. In some ways, this is a good thing because he would rationalize some of the things I experienced, putting my mind at ease. On the other hand, I would often find it very frustrating when he wouldn't believe the things I was explaining to him. But back to the story. We had now been living in the cottage for a few months. For the most part, we had settled in nicely. There was just a few things that, started to stick out of the ordinary. Items would randomly disappear and reappear in completely different places. Keys placed on the side of the kitchen would go missing for days and show up on the bedside cabinet. TV remotes would randomly appear on the kitchen side after we both had sworn that we had moved them. Starting to get very weirded out by these experiences, but my husband would simply put it down to us being tired. As frustrating as it was, he was probably right, I thought. We were both working hard during the day and decorating at night, and we were probably just misplacing the items ourselves, right? It was Friday night. We had both been up late watching a movie, and I had drank one too many cups of tea. We went to bed as expected, and I was up in the night needing to use the loo. The route to the bathroom from the master bedroom was as follows. Come out of the door, to the right was the staircase, turn left. The bathroom was immediately in front of you, and to the left again was a long dark hallway that led to the spare bedroom. The spare bedroom door was always left shut due to an open fireplace in there that caused a draft down the hall. As I approached the bathroom door, something told me to look down the hallway toward the spare bedroom. To my surprise, the door to the spare bedroom was open, and to my horror, I could make out a dark figure lurking in the corner. I froze in fear, petrified and unable to move. All I could do was watch. Right before my eyes, the house transformed back in time to the 1800s. There was now an iron cot in the corner of the room where we had placed a wardrobe, and the fire was burning even though it was now out of use. So confused, but still unable to move due to the pure adrenaline rushing through my body. I watched as the figure emerged out of the corner of the room and walked toward the cot. It was a woman dressed in white Victorian-style dress. She was crying hysterically, leaning over the cot and looking down, and I could only make out to be a deceased child. My heart racing, I managed to take a step closer to the bathroom door. The floorboards underneath me creaked, and in that moment I felt these eyes burning into the side of my head. She saw me. I screamed, ran back into my bedroom, and slammed the door shut. What is it? My husband jumped out of bed. I saw a woman in the spare room, but it wasn't the spare room. It was different. It was like it was in a different time zone, and You what? He asked, still half asleep. Before I could even answer again, he was walking out of the bedroom door. Wait! I shouted as I ran after him. We both walked out into the hallway and the door to the spare room was shut. There's nothing there. He opened the door and looked around. The room was back to normal. You were probably sleepwalking or something. It's 3 a.m., Chloe. Let's go back to sleep. I know what I saw, I said, hurrying back into bed. That night I didn't sleep a wink. I kept thinking about the lady that I saw. Who was she? Why was she crying, and what happened to the baby? Questions I knew I'd probably never get answers to. Well, the next day we both went about our day. Whenever I tried to mention the whole ordeal to my husband, he would just put it down to me being tired. Frustrated, I knew the time that this wasn't the case. I knew what I had seen. I just couldn't stop thinking about it. A whole year had passed since that night. It was now 2020. COVID was on the rise and lockdowns were on the way. The past year had been pretty uneventful in the house, and odd items were still being misplaced, and sometimes I would see things out of the corner of my eye, but nothing that couldn't be explained. Things like a breeze moving a curtain or a shadow from a car light shining through the window. One thing is for sure, I hadn't seen that lady again. We were now both working from home, spending 24/7 in the cottage due to COVID. We were both starting to get cabin fever when restrictions finally started to be lifted for the first time. The first thing we did was book a week stay away in North Wales. Wales had our heart and open, endless countryside and beaches and quaint cottages. We would always visit once or twice a year and always joke that one day we would live there. On our visit this time, though, we walked past an estate agent's in a small village and saw an advertisement for a small cottage, and for the first time it was actually in our price range. Look at this. I pointed through the window at the advertisement. Yeah, it's lovely, but my gosh, that needs some work. He wasn't wrong. It was on the brink of being derelict. No heating, holes in the windows. It's definitely a fixer-upper. Fancy a project? I joked. Before we could continue the conversations, there was an emergency news broadcast flashing up on our phones. The country was to go back into lockdown in the next 24 hours. We had to rush back to the holiday let and pack up our belongings and head back home. Back home, our spirits were low. We were always sad when we had to leave Wales, but this was different. We were both mourning the country and wanted nothing more but to return. A few weeks had passed. Out of curiosity, we began searching Rightmove for houses in North Wales. The derelict cottage was no longer for sale, but that was no surprise to me. It was priced perfectly for a builder or a DIYer to just snap it up. We talked at length and decided to put our house up for sale. Maybe it was the lockdowns, maybe it was something else, but our perfect cottage was not so perfect anymore. The inviting feeling that we had once felt had disappeared, and the house felt cold. We spoke to a few estate agents and promptly decided who we would list the house with. Within a few days, it now had a sale sign standing outside her home, and like I said, the energy had shifted. The house was different, but nothing could have prepared me for what was about to happen. The second that for sale sign went up, it was like we had awoken something evil in the house. That same night we listed the house, me and Leo had been celebrating with a cold beer. Cheers to whatever the future brings, we said. We had a late one and headed off to bed. I remember feeling uneasy, almost as if I was being watched that night, but put it down to maybe having one too many. Tossing and turning, I struggled to sleep. My husband, on the other hand, was flat out and snoring next to me. I was just about to nod off when something inside me told me to open my eyes. There she was. The woman I'd seen over a year ago in the spare room was now standing over our bed. The unmistakable outline of her Victorian dress and her mousy blonde hair in an updo. She was staring at my husband sleeping. I closed my eyes. I was thinking that when I reopened them, she would disappear. I slowly opened my eyes, but she was still there, only now she had her hand out, slowly approaching my husband, heading straight for his throat. I screamed and watched as she contorted her hand toward me, grinning as she was still leaning toward my husband, hands stretched out ready to strangle him. I dived under the covers once again, jolting my husband awake. "Are you okay?" he shouted. I was sobbing, inconsolable, unable to find any words to explain to him what had just happened. "Chloe, what's wrong? You're starting to worry me now." He sat up, giving me a cuddle, and calmed me down before I could talk. "I saw her." "Saw who?" he asked, understandably confused. "The woman. The same woman I saw in the spare room last year, but this time she was trying to kill you." Usually he would just have some witty excuse as to what I had seen, but this time he could tell I was dead serious. I was a wreck. He had never seen me like this before, and somewhere in the back of his mind he could tell that what I was saying was true. I didn't sleep much for the next week, and Leo could see how the house was draining my energy. We pushed on to find a new property as quickly as possible, accepted every house viewing for our cottage. It only took 1 week for us to find a buyer for our house. They put in an offer just above our asking price. We were ecstatic, accepting their offer right away. As usual, that night we just toasted to selling our house. We were stood in the kitchen on FaceTime to family sharing the good news. "I just need to use the loo," I said, running upstairs. Leo was still in the kitchen on FaceTime to his mother. I was washing up in the bathroom when I had an uneasy feeling come over me. Once again, I felt watched. I felt as though someone or something was standing outside of the bathroom door waiting for me to come out. Shaking off the fear, I slowly opened the bathroom door. Standing in the doorway of our master bedroom was the woman. She was partially blocking my only exit to the top of the staircase. I once again froze as she turned to look at me. Her face twisted and her eyes turned black. She began to hysterically scream in my face. Dark tears ran down her angry expression on her face. She started to move closer to me. I ran like hell for the stairs, closing my eyes and screaming myself as I ran past her down the stairs and into the kitchen. "She's here! She's at the top of the stairs!" I cried as I ran to Leo. His mom's still on the other end of the phone. It's okay, you're safe now." Leo once again tried to comfort me, but as before, I was too distraught. We slept in the living room that night and went together on toilet shifts. Whatever or whoever she was, I could tell that she was angry at us. Maybe it was because we were selling the house, I don't know, but something in that house had changed. Over the next few months, we were dealing with solicitors and estate agents on a weekly basis. Nothing about this house sale was smooth sailing. We still couldn't find a house to move to ourselves. Our spirits started to dampen when we lost our first buyer and we had to relist the house for sale. We had decided that if we don't sell again in a fortnight, if we hadn't found a house ourselves, then we would have to take the house off the market. One evening, we were scrolling through the internet for houses as always. I spotted the house that had started all of this. The derelict cottage in North Wales had been relisted, but this time for even cheaper than before. I showed my husband and we agreed to book a viewing. The following weekend, we drove 3.5 hours out to Wales to see the property. We had never been to this area before, and we knew nothing about it. For all we know, it could be cheap because of the area. Well, nevertheless, we still went. Upon arrival, we noticed just how rural this house was. There were no neighbors, no main roads, no streetlights. Just this tiny cottage standing amongst fields and fields of farmland. Area can't be that bad if there's no one here, Leo joked. What a view, though. I pointed toward the end of the garden, and that view was like something out of a painting. It was in that moment that I knew that it didn't matter what the house looked like on the inside. That view was worth millions to me. We looked around the property and quickly realized it needed a lot of work, and maybe more than we were capable of. For some crazy reason, we both loved the house. We thanked the estate agent for showing us around and asked if there had been much interest. Yes, we've had 5 more viewings today and lots more over the weekend. We hurried into the car and knew if we wanted it, we'd just have to move fast. I don't know what it is about that house, but I feel safe in there, I said to Leo as I was buckling my seatbelt up. Yeah, I know what you mean. What do you think about all the work it needs, though? He asked. It's a lot of work, but that view is amazing. It'll definitely be worth it just for that. We drove 1 mile up the road, pulled over, and rang the estate agents immediately. Unbeknownst to me and my husband, he had decided to put in a lowball offer explaining to the estate agents that the property needs a lot of TLC and it wouldn't be possible at the price listed. Thought he was crazy as the sellers had already listed the property for $40,000. $40,000 less than what they had done in the first time around. We waited eagerly for a call back from the estate agent, worried that the sellers would be offended by our offer and wouldn't want to negotiate with us. To my surprise, they accepted the offer. Not only did they accept our offer, they canceled all of the viewings that were booked to take place for that afternoon, too. We raced home so excitedly, but also a little shocked at what we had just done. We were not DIY professionals, and this was a big move, even further away from friends and families, and, well, upon arriving home, we received a phone call from our estate agents. We received an offer on our house, once again above asking price. This time it was a first-time buyer who wanted to move quickly as the house that we had just purchased was empty and the chain was short. We accepted straight away and began to prepare for the paperwork. A few months passed and we were starting to pack the house up one evening when the doorbell rang. It was my neighbor. We hadn't spoken too much before, but she had been clearing out the loft and she came across an old journal. She explained that the journal was written by a lady who once lived in my house many years before. Thought I would like to read through it. Thanked her and took her up on her offer. That night after dinner, I sat in the dining room table and began to flick through the journal. Turned a few pages before suddenly being stopped in my tracks. Right there in front of me was a portrait of the woman I'd been seeing in our house. Underneath the painting it read, Jane Smith. I continued over the page. June 16th, 1856. Today I laid my sweet child to rest. I couldn't read anymore. "Leo, get in here," I shouted at him through the living room doors. My husband, too, couldn't believe his eyes. Everything I'd told him about this woman was now written in this diary that had been handed to me by my neighbor. I spent the rest of the night delving deeper into her history to find out if she married a nobleman and went on to be some kind of, famous person in the Victorian era. Because of this, she was pretty easy to find on Google, and a few universities in the area had done some studies on her life. I spent hours researching this woman, and I came across something quite eerie. Minus the fame, me and her hadn't lived too much of a dissimilar life. We had the same family setup, both experienced hard times, and had lived in similar areas. Obviously, we also lived in the same house. All of these, though, were just coincidences, I thought, until I saw a study paper online. It read that after living in our current house, she too moved to North Wales with her husband. But not only did she move to North Wales, she moved to the exact same town that we were buying our new home in. I was officially creeped out. Was this woman following me, or was I following her? Or was I her in a past life and I'm now reliving this life in a different timeline? Are we related, or is this all a coincidence? A million questions flooded through my mind. In a panic state, I slammed the diary shut and promptly took it back to the neighbor, never wanting to look at it again. After this, the house sale went very smoothly. Never saw the woman again, and we moved into the derelict cottage in North Wales. We were busy renovating the new house. I didn't know much about the history of the house and suspected it to be around 300 years old. I did some digging and found out that the house was used in the World War as a safe house to house children from Liverpool. And that is exactly what this house is, a safe house. We've now lived here for 3 years and felt nothing but safe. We've transformed this house into a home, and even though the no neighbors middle of the nowhere situation could seem a bit creepy at times, the second our doors are locked, we feel so safe and protected by this home. That was until about a fortnight ago. Me and my husband went for a short walk to a cemetery down the road from here. Admiring the old headstones. We were reading out the names of the people who laid to rest there. And then we saw it. Jane Smith, died 1868, followed by the name of our current house. Here to share an experience that still makes my skin crawl. I grew up out in the country, on a property around 30 acres. We got it real cheap from a Vietnam vet turned hippie because my father's kind of also a vet turned hippie. He liked the place because it was far away from anything that resembled civilization. The property was mostly overgrown with trees, vines, and bamboo. It could only be accessed by a long dirt road that led to a sort of out-of-the-way main road. The property was surrounded by other equally secluded homesteads and ranches, but mostly woodlands. I was around 11 years old when I realized that I'd forgotten my Game Boy in my mom's car. She usually parked the car up close to the house, but this time she had parked the car further away from the house, about halfway to the main gate. It was like a short walk, admittedly, but it was dark. I always hated being out in the dark. So I walked carefully, telling myself not to be afraid. About halfway to the car, I get a feeling of warmth up on my neck to the right. I tense up and freeze, petrified. I then hear a woman screaming directly into my ear, so close that I can feel the warmth blowing into my ear and I feel the hair on my head move. I sprinted to the car and hopped in, panting and looking through the window to see if anything was there. But alas, there was nothing but the lights from the house. After I get my Game Boy, I work up the nerve to then run back to the house, and I busted through the porch door like my life depended on it. At first, I thought that perhaps I was so scared that my mind was playing tricks on me. But then my older brother comes out and asks why I was out screaming in the dark. I tried to figure out what happened for 13 years, and I'm honestly not really a ghost person, to be honest, but who was it and why did she scream? If it was a random woman, why would she do that? What was she doing out in the middle of nowhere screaming in a child's ear, and how did I not see or hear on my way out to the car? I sometimes wish I just had looked to the right and seen for myself who or what did it, but I guess I'll never know. Increased activity around the house after dog death. There's just been a lot of things happening more frequently since the passing of my dog earlier this month. Such things happen to include footsteps, shadows, and unfortunately, human laughter. I've lived in the same house for over 20 years. We were the first to own the property in these suburbs. Although I'm unsure of what the property was prior to us moving in besides being lemon orchards, I can at least chalk it up to saying this activity doesn't stem from land issues, like sacred ground. So, from the start of February, the day of having to put my dog down, activity's been getting more noticeable. It started with small things like plastic bottles being knocked over, shadows, and light footsteps. At first, I couldn't distinguish the footsteps from what I'd assume was my dog's ghost walking up and around, till more recent, when the footsteps are noticeably heavier. On top of that, motion sensor lights in the back of my house and inside keep turning on throughout the night, even though there's no animals near it. As of 9 or 10, me and my wife were laying down. We were back to back. That's when we both heard a feminine or male laugh happen right in between us. We both had turned and accused each other, both in disbelief of what we both clearly had just heard. The laughter's the only thing that happened one time and only happened last night. I'll let you guys know if anything else happens. Shadow figure at my friend's house. This happened a few months ago, over this past summer. Sleeping over at my best friend's house, and her room's kind of a square shape, with her bed centered on one wall and her TV centered across the room from it. Her mirror is in the corner of the room next to the TV, facing diagonally out towards the bed, and the rest of that side of the room. We had just turned off the lights and we were laying in bed talking, about to go to sleep. Both of our eyes had just started to adjust to the darkness, and just as soon as I noticed it, my friend said, "Do you see that shape behind the mirror?" The mirror was very tall, at least 6'5". I'd say there was basically a very tall shadow standing behind it. It was definitely a human figure outline, but there were no details that we could make out. It was just a big shadow figure in a dark room. I immediately said, "What the fuck is that?" My friend quickly hid underneath her blanket. I pulled the blanket up to my chin but continued staring at it. I'm not sure how to explain this, but it almost just felt like it had a super strong negative energy. I swear I could feel it staring back at me, even though I couldn't make out any eyes. It was definitely alive or something, because we could both feel that we definitely weren't alone anymore. But I just felt terrified and sick to my stomach looking at it. A few seconds later, my friend looked back out from the blanket, and I told her I was absolutely terrified. About 5 seconds later, we both immediately reacted at the same time, almost like we snapped back into our senses. She grabbed her TV remote and quickly turned it to light up the room. As soon as the TV light came on, it just disappeared. I had expected to see a different object behind the mirror or something, but there was nothing there. It literally just vanished. We both stared in shock for like 10 seconds, and later a commercial came on and the room just went black again for a split second. But this time the shape wasn't there, only the mirror. We were both really freaked out, and I still can't really explain this. We weren't on any substances or anything that night. I probably would have chalked it up to my imagination if she hadn't experienced it too. My friends apparently had a lot of freaky experiences with shadow figures in her house, but this was the first one in at least 6 years. I had these experiences a while ago. Can anyone tell me what they mean? Part 1. So back in about 2012, I was about 6 years old. We lived in a house in Abilene, Texas. So, turns out, as I learned all this house info years later, the house was placed on an old cemetery, and it was haunted. Well, on this exact date that I remember, it was May 5th, 2012 at 9:20 p.m. I went to sleep and I started dreaming. The dream was my siblings in our bunk bed. The way our house was built was that there was this short hallway to our rooms, and ours was kind of in the very back. The front of the room faced directly across the hallway to my parents' room. Down the end before my bedroom on the right in the hallway, there's a bathroom, and another bedroom before that bathroom. There's another room on the left before the master bedroom, and a closet before it also. Well, it was dark all the way down there to the end of the hallway. All the lights that were on in the whole house was like the living room lights. Everywhere else was black. You could barely see into the rooms. I remember I jumped out of bed and all my siblings raced to the end of the hall. I remember I was the last one out of the room. There's 3 things I saw at once. 1, I looked into my parents' room across the hallway and I saw a shadowy figure standing in the room in front of a window next to the bed in the master bedroom. 2, I saw my siblings at the end of the hallway all of a sudden. 3, I felt a gravity pin me against the wall. I tried to move and scream, but I couldn't. I was pinned against the wall and I couldn't move, couldn't talk. Think of it almost like sleep paralysis. I looked to the left into our room and we had a short dresser, maybe 2.5 feet tall, and on it we had a box television like big-ass old ones. I was able to hear everything. The TV started playing this very disturbing but extremely clear-sounding orchestra sound. And on top of the TV, on somewhat of a big, kind of a green font, it said these exact words: "This was not an escape from your judgment." I looked left into my parents' room and I saw the shadow again. Except I saw it very slowly creeping up to the end of their room and across their room against a wall, staring at me pinned against the wall. I remember the moment I saw the shadow, I looked down the hall and everyone was gone. The light in the living room shut off and it was dead silent. I swear I could hear my own blood rushing through my body in my dream. It was so silent. Not a single thing was making a noise. And in that exact moment, I heard a whisper. I can't remake what it fully said, but it was something like, "I'm never gonna." And I spun my head to the area to see the shadow staring at me still. The moment I looked, it flew into my face. The last image was a cloudy cloak and huge white eyes like pearls going into my vision. I felt my body rush cold like a breeze of air in the fall. Once it got back to the distance to where I saw nothing but black, I woke up. I was sweaty, and I was disturbed. I didn't know what it meant because my conscience was so young at the time, but I knew what nightmares were, so I played it off like a normal scary dream. Then exactly 4 years later on May 5th of 2016 at 9:20 p.m., I, for some reason, remembered everything. Then I started piecing everything together. The moment I realized what it was, I felt my heart in my throat and my blood went cold. Something so much more than a simple nightmare. It's no coincidence. It was clear, and my entire family in this dream at the same time. I realized that that wasn't a nightmare. It seemed more like something was trying to communicate with me through a dream, or it was something taking over in my sleep. And now, fast forward almost 10 years later, I have no answers to what that dream meant. Part 2. To give even a bit of backstory of what went on in that house, I've seen some things fully conscious too. I was with my family in the living room. We were watching Paranormal Activity, and the way our TV was set up it was like in an entertainment center about 2 feet tall, and there was a window behind it. The TV was far enough over to the left where the window had a small opening where you could open the curtain about 6 to 9 inches wide. Now, even to add on this day, it was raining. Thunder and lightning was striking every second, like a World War II war zone. I remember all of a sudden looking to the right slightly out of the window because there was a tiny sliver of a window visible just looking outside, and lightning struck down. As soon as it lit up the sky, I saw a silhouette of a man leaning in through the curtains, like it was watching all of us. The moment I saw it, as young and innocent as my mind was at the time, I knew it wasn't human, and my spine tingled throughout my body, and immediately I started sweating. I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't want to freak anybody out, so I decided not to say anything. It stuck in my mind for a few weeks after that. After a few months, I kind of forgot about it. Fast forward 9 years later, I was with my oldest brother. He's the oldest one out of 4, including myself. We were talking about this house like one day, and, well, I was in his room hanging out with him one summer night. Now keep in mind, I never told my parents nor my siblings or anyone about this really. I decided to tell him. When I finished watching, his face drained of all color and he started to freak out, saying he saw the same thing. He decided to never tell anybody. We ran to our parents and we told them. When I tell you their facial expressions went to the most scared I'd ever seen them ever in their lives, I am not exaggerating. I don't mean to make him sound like a Greek god or anything, but my dad isn't the type to really be intimidated or scared. But when he is scared of someone or something, I know he's scared. Now, what they saw wasn't what me and my brother saw. They said after the movie, well, after it was said and done, we went to our room to go mess around in there. Now, they were in the living room together and they went to go to the theater room to watch a movie by themselves. When they got up and walked to the theater, they saw a boy about 4.5 feet tall with a red shirt and blue shorts. They stared at it for a few moments. As they went to go see who it was, it jumped into our room. Our parents raced into the room and asked if we were okay. We were fine, and, well, I actually remembered them running in, and I was super confused, but never got an actual answer as to why they did that until that day. To anyone who may be curious, we've left that house over a decade ago. Yet to this day, in a few houses we've moved to, there have been times where some things would happen, but it's never to this degree that we experienced in this house in Abilene. There would be stuff making weird noises or random noises that you'd hear outside of windows at night, or even things being open even after you swore you closed them moments before you left it the last time. Usually I play it off easily because the homes we lived in were a bit older. I figured maybe it's just an old home being an old home, you know? I have never, nor my family, have seen a priest or used a Ouija board to find out who these phenomena were that messed with us, and we strictly refused to find one or the other. haunted house I lived in a few years ago, and some of the experiences I had. Hi, I wanted to share some experiences from a house I lived in 2 years ago. The house was a renovated bungalow and had a second floor put in. So the second floor was entirely bedrooms and the bathroom was attached to the kitchen downstairs. During the first 2 weeks at night while laying in bed, I had heard footsteps going from outside my door and then going down the stairs. I believed this to be my ma'am going to the bathroom, as the passageway in the upstairs was very narrow and our doors were across from each other. It happened a few more times before I made a comment to my ma'am about how much she needed the toilet at night. My ma'am responded that, well, it was not her. She thought the footsteps were me. We were both freaked out but assumed that it was a new house and maybe they were noises. We had just moved in after all. This continued until we left 3 years later. Other unexplainable things occurred, including hearing voices around the house. It began with me walking up the stairs, and once I reached the passageway, hearing a male voice from the direction of my ma'am's room saying, "Come inside." I didn't register what I'd heard until I was standing in my room. I then turned and opened the door to my ma'am's room, and there was only her inside asleep. A friend of mine was on Instagram. He was on a call with me. And that's when I walked away from my phone and was on the opposite side of the room, when my friend said that she had heard a male voice telling her to shut up. There was also a few times where a TV would turn on at night, and currently we have the same TV. This has never happened. While we've been at 2 other houses, the scariest experience in the house was at night. That's where I was in my room at night and I heard a knock on my bedroom door. So I had sat up in bed and then I felt something touch the back of my head to my lower back. This freaked me out so badly I went to go to sleep in my ma'am's bed. Other occurrences have happened with appliances turning on with nobody around, door handles moving, seeing figures, doors opening on their own, cupboards opening, scratches, and a death smell in one area of the house. Overall, it was quite the spooky house to live in. We did try to contact some ghost investigators to take a look, but it never followed through. I played even in cemetery and still got no answer. Me and my best friend decided to play Ouija 2 years ago. We bought the board, brought it home, and started the game. To my surprise, the planchette moved and it seemed like we connected to 3 different entities, which only one of them had very straight answers. To be honest, I suspected my friend for moving it, however I tried paying attention to his hand. Couldn't really tell. We had a scary night, but the night passed and we swore to never play again. I also asked if he moved and he swore off that he didn't. Now, after years that passed that night, it kind of went over my head all of a sudden and I have this serious paranoia whether it was real or not, to the point I decided to take out the board and start playing myself. However, I failed. Played in so many places alone and didn't get a single movement. So I decided that I was going to play with another friend. We met and we played and still no answers. I decided that we should go to the cemetery because that's the end game and, well, we definitely would have something. So we went to the so-called haunted cemetery and played. Still, no answers. This affected me so badly to the point that I'm losing all my faith in the paranormal, and I want your recommendations. What am I doing wrong? What's happening? Is this thing really fake, or is it the people moving it? Even if so, my first friend would literally have no reason to do it. I'm trying to find some type of logical explanation. It's around 1:40 a.m. in the morning. I'm sitting at my computer in the room of the dining room, in the corner. Near me, there's a food and water bowl and my cat Bella drinking. In one room, my sister's asleep, and in the other has my 3-month-old daughter and girlfriend being asleep. I turned the computer off and stared at my phone for a couple of minutes, scrolling through Facebook before finally putting my phone down and just watched Bella the cat eat for a minute or two, which, well, when suddenly the baby gate was open, and that goes from the dining room to the living room, just slammed shut really hard. Bella looked over and I stared and I said my girlfriend's name. No response. Get up and walk over, no one's there. I'm thinking girlfriend must have come out to check on me, saw me still awake, and was upset I'm still awake at almost 2 a.m. when I'm on baby duty in the morning. Slammed it before going back to bed maybe. I go into the room she's laying in, holding her 3.5-month-old daughter, who suddenly woke up crying 1 minute prior. I walk in and said, "Sorry, I lost track of time." She said, "What?" I said, "You just came into the dining room, right?" She said, "No, I haven't left the room. You just woke me up crying a minute ago." Here's the thing. This girl is only 3.5 months old, and since getting on schedule and learning her nights, she's never woken up at 5 a.m. This was a first, coincidentally right before the gate slammed shut. Then reality hits and I'm freaked the hell out. This just happened and I'm still shooken up by it. Went to the living room and examined the room and gate trying to find any logical explanation to make sense of what happened, and I just can't. Paranormal Ouija encounter. Story 1. Haunted Garage. I move in with my sister and her ex into a little renovated garage unit made into a living room and a kitchen area. It's like a 1-bed and bath. It's in Berea, Kentucky, or Berea. She told me it was haunted because she would hear footsteps and noises coming from the living room when no one was home but her. From the get-go, that place felt off. Everyone always got the heavy feeling of being watched. Everywhere else but the bedroom, including the bathroom. And one say I told you, Henry, that we didn't like when we even, stared at us, especially in the shower. Not to be a perv, they only used the bedroom and the facilities when necessary, as there was no furniture in the living room. The neighbor gave me a couple wooden chairs. I brought them over to my house. My sister didn't want them there, but I just still sat them there against the wall and went about my day. Well, the next time I went into the living room, one of the chairs had been moved to the middle of the floor underneath the ceiling fan. I asked if anybody moved it, and she mouthed off, "I don't even want them here. Why would I fool with them?" So I just placed them back against the wall, and the next time I went in there, it had happened again. We had heard rumors about a man hanging himself in there, and I suppose that just sums it up. Also, one night my sister had her friend Matilda over, and we were all sitting in bed in a triangle. Her friend and I are at the foot of the bed, and we're just talking when I saw a quarter-sized black orb float from the front of the wall up over the top blinds and then disappear. The blinds were closed, and it was nighttime, so it wasn't a headlight or anything like that. I stopped talking and I just said, "I saw something." Matilda said she did too and elaborated exactly what I saw. We also had had bad dreams there. Story number 2. The Soaring Pan. I was spending the night with my friend Raspberry at her brother Michael's house. Their other brother Spaulding, her boyfriend Barney, and 2 cats were also there. It was around 11 p.m. when she broke out from her glow-in-the-dark Ouija board with the light-up planchette. We all head upstairs to the closet, including the cats. Leaving no one or nothing to debunk our experience, we were all very serious about playing it. And we wouldn't have goofed off, so we sit down, light a few candles, and begin asking if there's anybody there who'd like to speak to us. We get a yes, and all look at each other. We plan on asking random questions, and I remember the last question being, "Are you in this house?" "No." It reads then immediately after that we hear a bang downstairs. We do a half-assed goodbye by pushing ourselves and burst out of the closet and down the stairs. We find that the pan we had used to make biscuits earlier, and obviously, left out on top of the stove, it had been completely thrown across the room. It was thrown into the living room, and safe to say, our adrenaline was pumping for a while that night. It was incredible. Story 3. Non-human. Later that night, it was just Michael and I playing another round of the Ouija board, and we asked the spirit, "Are you human?" It said no. And then they're scratching on the closet door and then banging and scratching as if something was trying to get in. And like I said, we were all very serious about it. We wouldn't have messed around. Besides, somebody always freezes up at some point, and when they do a prank like that, well, no one ever did. We left the closet to find rather deep claw marks on it. And that was the last time we played. Kentucky Ghost Stories. I'm from a small town known as Beattyville. Blink and you'll miss it. Everyone here has some kind of ghost story, and I do mean everyone. The ones that always stuck with me, though, were my dad's stories. He was always out in the backwoods. My family lives pretty much in the middle of nowhere, so the woods was pretty much their only entertainment. There's a place known as the Old Grade. It's a notorious ghost hunting spot for my family now. Back then it was just a haunted spot for them, and, well, that's where they encountered the white thing. No one has a clue what it is, and it's just this white creature with a big kind of black eye and about the size of a grown man's fist. My dad's first encounter was whenever he was about 16. Him and his younger brother went out hunting in the Old Grade. They had been walking for a couple of hours, and dusk had taken over the woods. They seen something walking on 4 legs and had a snout and looked like an uncle or a fox or a coyote from a distance. He started calling it to bring it closer. And that's when it stood up. It stood up on its 2 legs and just stared. My dad threw a gun on it and hid behind a tree. I don't really have a visual to describe why this was weird, but just imagine something that's 4 feet wide hiding behind a 2-foot wide tree. It makes absolutely no sense. And that chittering noise it was making is indescribable. It gives my dad chills talking about it to this day. He started backing out of the woods and stayed in the light, and wouldn't get any closer if they were in the light. They made it home and tried to sort of brush it off, but my dad and uncle know that they'd seen something. You could just read the dread and fear all over them when they talk about it. It's always been the one that stuck with them. I don't go in haunted woods or anything else like that anymore. But I do feel like whatever is haunting those woods just don't want us there, and I'm quite happy to oblige. Ask Reddit. Didn't experience this firsthand, but I overheard some of it on the phone. My sister was visiting my parents, home from college. That was for the weekend. I live in my own place in the next town over, and I kind of called her about something, and she was clearly very upset. She told me she was home alone and something was happening. I asked her if there was someone in the house or an intruder, and she told me that there was an animalistic growling noise coming from the corner and my mom's dog was going nuts on the noise. I could hear him in the background. She said the hallway lights were flashing on and off. I told her to get her jacket and just calm down and get out of the house. Taking the dog with her so she could, be by Sunday, pick her up. She went outside and brought the dog with her. Her friend was even closer than I was, so she picked my sister up and they hung out at her friend's house for a while. About 20 minutes after that, my brother, who also lived nearby, stopped by the house to return some old tools that he'd borrowed from my dad. He went inside, and just because he saw the lights going on and off, he's kind of an electrician. Once he was inside, they stopped. Kept hearing somebody walking around the other room, but when he'd go in there, no one was there, and when he called out, no one responded. He checked the whole house and then also heard animal growling noises from the same corner as my sister. This is an outside wall corner, with windows not even space enough for a raccoon or something to be trapped inside the wall, so my brother really felt unnerved by this. Ask Reddit. My family moved into a new house when I was 11. The previous owners were a family and the mom died of cancer. They sold the house shortly after she passed. Growing up, my sister and I have always had an uneasy feeling about that house. Strange things would happen, but each instance had plausible explanations, except for the one time when I was 16. In the middle of the night, I was having trouble sleeping. While I was lying there in my bed, the door to my room opened on its own. I could hear footsteps come into my room, and I couldn't see anyone, but I felt like somebody else was in my room. Have you ever been on the computer or listening to music and you just know that there was somebody hearing or listening to them? Like that. I could hear the footsteps get closer to my bed. Then right next to me appeared compression on my bed like an invisible person was sitting there. I could even feel the weight shift. I reached out to touch the compression and all of a sudden a bunch of blue staggly electricity sort of shot out from the spot I touched. I screamed and ran out of the spot and I just kind of woke up the entire house. Couldn't explain what I saw that night. It would almost question my own insanity, and that's why I don't tell the story often. Also, because I couldn't move, I don't think it was sleep paralysis. Ask Reddit. Okay, so almost a year ago, a very close friend died. Pretty much my uncle. It really took everybody by surprise, and he constantly rode his bike and ate very healthy meals. Made sure to squeeze in some extra exercise before work in his hideouts, and a few days after the funeral, I went up to his parents and just kind of dreamt with them for 2 days or 2 weeks or so. I had a dream about my teeth falling out, which in my culture means that somebody's going to die. My mom went on to tell me about a family picture that she had taken. She deleted it as soon as she saw it because of how much it freaked her out. There was a completely different face on top of hers, like she was telling me. She got very pale. And finally, one of the weirdest, most chilling part of all of this is my dad's dream. My dad and my uncle were very close. They were friends in and sort of built by them for them. A few days before it happened, my dad had a dream and he was walking backwards towards this black vehicle parked outside the house with my mom. He said he was like somewhat of a zombie. A woman, couldn't really see her face, but could tell by the shape that she was waiting for them. That's when my dad snapped out of it and grabbed my mom's hand and ran back to the house, but before he left, he realized my uncle was sitting inside the vehicle. He woke up in a panic, and he then continued to have dreams with that same woman lingering outside the house until my uncle passed. And until I pass out. See you later. The world of mystery and intrigue, brought to you by Paranormal M. Dive into our collection of unexplained phenomena by subscribing and turning on notifications, dropping a comment, hitting the like button, all that stuff. We promise to keep you on the edge of your seat with our latest inexplicable tales. Ask Reddit. Not camping per se, and thankfully no horrors on that front yet. Probably because I sleep with earplugs so I don't scare myself to death. But last summer I took a shot at astrophotography with my DSLR and a new lens in this tiny town in Utah. My boyfriend and I drove down from the little ranch lodge that we were staying at around midnight. That's when the stars were out and beautiful on a moonless night. The downside was it was dark as hell, and we only had our phones to set up the camera and tripod on a random empty driveway in the middle of someone's alfalfa field. When you take astrophotography shots, you have to do at least 10 or 15 long exposure shots at minimum, then stack them in post-processing. So I get everything set up just past a small rope marking this person's property off in the road. We wouldn't be there for more than 30 minutes, and the closest house is probably 500 yards away. So I wasn't too worried. And I started taking photos, each of which is about 15 to 30 second exposures, otherwise known as a long time when you're in complete darkness in an empty field. My boyfriend comes over to me and mutters, "Do you hear that?" I say no, and right about then some cows across the road start mooing like crazy. Usually a sign something is messing with the herd. I said, "Hear what?" My boyfriend just shook his head as if to say, "Later." Probably 10 shots into what I had hoped would be 30, with long processing on the camera between each exposure that makes the dark and the silence even more pressing. I start to get an overwhelming sense that something is maybe 10 feet away and watching us. The sensation is so strong that I don't even want to turn my flashlight on because I might actually see something and scare myself to death. Plus, I'd have to stop photographing. So I'm standing there getting incredibly antsy as this feeling becomes more powerful. I've never felt anything like it before or since. It was a sense of immense animosity of being preyed on from something just past arm's length. At 15 shots, my boyfriend says, "Can we please go?" And keep in mind, this is a 6'5" strong guy who never backs down from anything. I paused for 5 seconds to reflect on how uncomfortable I felt myself, then skipped breaking down the tripod to basically sprint to the car, stuff the camera on the tripod next to me, and hop in. Boyfriend was even faster. I asked him what he was hearing as we sped back to the lodge, and he said, "Heavy breathing right next to us the whole time." Now I know it could have been a mountain lion or even a random dog or something, but I've never felt so watched in my life. With such a terrible amount of animosity. I didn't end up with too great of a shot because we didn't take too many exposures, but I can post it for credibility if anybody wants. Ask Reddit. I used to work at a place which required to be manned 24 hours a day. Reason being is that I handled sensitive documents and files, and if somebody needed this information in the middle of the night, I'd have to fetch it for them, or confirm that I have it. Anyways, security's kind of tight. Bars on windows, multiple locked doors to get to where I am. They would give me work to do during the night. To, sort of underestimated how quickly I could get it done. So, like most nights, I finished my work in like 30 to 45 minutes and pulled out my phone and played games and, Netflix, browse Reddit, since nobody else is in the building at night. So now it's getting to be the last third of my shift when all of a sudden I hear a door close. I look to the security camera and see someone walking down a hall toward my room. At first, I thought it was just somebody that came in ridiculously early, so I turned around and waited for them to come in. But nobody came in and the hair started raising on my back. Now, this isn't really a big building, so I figure I'll find the guy wherever he is and start checking offices and storage rooms, but I come up empty-handed. However, I do see that a fire door had shut. I go to try to rewind the camera, but the digital recording is password protected. I don't know the password. Anyways, the whole thing freaked me out, the way the person was walking down the hallway like a determined walk. It was right to where I was. So I sit with my spine tingling for the last couple hours of my shift, and finally people start coming in. My replacement shows up and I tell her what I saw, and at this point, I figured I must have imagined the whole thing. Told to go home, and the manager and the girl who replaced me would look over the camera. After getting home, I call my manager and ask what was on the camera. They say that the video showed the fire door closing, but then the video froze for about an hour. The next thing it records is me reopening the door. Ask Reddit. We lived near an American Civil War battlefield and cemetery for a few years. There were trails through the woods that would, kind of hike a lot. One day we're looking at the cemetery and my wife hears me walk up to her. We were the only ones there, so she turns to say something. I'm nowhere nearby, but on the other side looking at a cannon. From that day we started experiencing oddities. Her car was always kept in the garage, and its inside mirror kept moving overnight. It wasn't drooping from a loose fitting, but it would be at random direction. Sometimes it would be pointed up, other times sideways. Weird, but I kind of dismissed it as her bumping it while getting her purse or other items when getting out. Then her car went into the shop, and the next morning I went to go work, and the mirror in my truck, which I parked in the driveway with the doors locked, was moved upwards. Next morning, same thing, different direction. She got her car back and my mirror never moved again. There were little goofy things too, like typical haunting stuff like things being moved, the sense of somebody behind you, etc. Also, our house was a ranch style with the master bedroom on the first floor and her 8-year-old's bedroom on the second right above ours. The flooring job was substandard, so he heard his every movement. He started going to the bathroom, which was down a hallway and halfway across the second floor from his room. This would happen a lot, but every time we'd go check on him, he'd be asleep. So one night we decided to catch him coming out of the bathroom for no reason other than to make sure he was okay and to tell him to quit stomping like an elephant. We usually come home in the morning, so he never remembered going. We never were able to either. Every time he'd go to the bathroom, one of us would head upstairs while the other stayed in bed. We wouldn't hear him return. The other would find him asleep in his bed. The next morning we asked him if he was up and walking around last night, and he said no, but, well, that for weeks something would just walk up and away from his door but not open it. My wife turned to the room and said, "You're welcome to hang around, but please stop walking up our son's room at night. You're scaring him." The footsteps never reoccurred after that, although the car mirror thing did keep going on. Could she have been pranking me? Maybe. But one of the times my truck's mirror moved was after I'd gotten home, and I went to the store a couple hours later. The only set of keys to it had never left my pocket. Could our son have been pranking us? Again, possible. But the damn flooring was so bad in one spot that even our cat walking over to it caused it to squeak, making it nearly impossible for him to get back to his bedroom without us noticing. Ask Reddit. When I was around 8 years old, I lived on a military base in Hawaii. My older brother and I used to explore all over the woods and streets. But the oddest place we kept coming back to was this sort of concrete sewer opening that had a metal grate over it. It was located at a dugout ditch by the side of the road. It was sort of standing and overlooking down. You could see it was a pretty deep drop. So, me and my brother used to walk to this thing that lived in the sewer. It started one day when we were dropping rocks down inside it to hear the echo. Then we started yelling into it and something answered back. It was this echoed noise that sounded kind of like a faraway water running in a pipe, but also kind of like the songs whales make all mixed together. It's really hard to explain, and it sounded very faint but very distinct. So we yelled again, and it responded again, and the noises lasted for maybe 5 to 10 seconds and then stopped. Some answers were longer than others, and we kept testing it. We were asking it questions like, "Do you live in the pipes?" Or, "Are you a ghost?" And when we were finished speaking, it would make the sound again. The space of time between our questions and the corresponding sound varied. Sometimes it was immediate and sometimes there was a short wait. We weren't even freaked out though. We were kids and we just thought it was really cool and weird. So we said goodbye and left, but we checked back the next day and it was still there. We waited in silence before we initiated conversation, trying to listen for the noise, but there was nothing. Then we started yelling and it started back up again. And so we just kept coming back and, talking to it. We always said hello and goodbye, and we would experiment with the things that we said to see if we got different reactions. Sometimes we would insult it and say, "Just kidding," right afterwards, being dumb. I would bring my friends to show it off, but they would get creeped out and want to leave. Once my brother and I brought a whole group of kids, but the noise never came back. We were just hollering into emptiness like idiots. They all thought we made it up. Then, when I went back to basically ask, "Where were you, dude?" took like 10 minutes to hear it again. Weirdly, I'd forgotten all about this incident until a couple of years ago. I was so young when it happened that I just accepted it as a bizarre but mundane part of my life. I had entire meaningful chat sessions with this thing, man. My brother had forgotten all about it too until I brought it up fairly recently. Ask Reddit. I know it sounds crazy and my boyfriend says that we should just double check the locks, which is not a comforting thought. But I watch too many scary movies to not find this weirder than that. I manage a store in a building with 2 other businesses and shared bathrooms. There's been construction next door, so we have some weird power outages. Plus, it's Florida and stormy all the time, so that's normal. So I walk in today, go to the bathroom to change into my work clothes, and I heard the sink running. I think that maybe it's my boss and compose myself and then walk in and no one's in there, but both of the sinks are running. They're both running with the handles turned fully. The ones with long handles so you can tell right away. Didn't really think much of it and turned them both off. went about my day. I get home at 8, my boyfriend gets home around 10. We live in a 2-bed, 2-bath apartment, and we don't use the extra bedroom and hardly ever the bathroom unless one of us is showering. So tonight, we heard what we thought were the sprinklers outside, but it was louder than usual. We went to go outside just to check and realized it was coming from the other bathroom. The sink was on full blast as well as the shower. The shower wasn't fully on, just kind of half-assing it. The sink, however, was... Ask Reddit. To preface, my family always suspected the house that I/we grew up in was haunted. Voices, footsteps, noises, etc. My family had since moved out of the house, but apparently, through chatting with the neighbors, the family that moved in is suspected the same. They asked my neighbors if we had ever said anything about it possibly being haunted. Their young boy talked about seeing a man around the house, whole family hearing noises, and it got to the point where they actually called in some priest or religious figure to cleanse the house. Anyways, my personal story, and the one that probably makes me the most uneasy, is when I was in high school. I remember waking up in the middle of the night to my alarm clock and radio spitting out static cut by clear whispering. In my deep sleep fog, I thought my alarm might have randomly went off. I ignored it and fell back asleep. It wasn't until the morning when I woke up and I realized it wasn't plugged in. It doesn't carry a battery. Kinda freaky. I always was super skeptical throughout, but then I was back there for my wedding years later. We had a bunch of family over. Everyone was out of the house running errands except for my aunt and uncle. When we got back, they kind of froze up, and when we asked them what was wrong, they said they had been hearing footsteps in the back room and assumed that we'd been home. I guess the fact that others have heard things, including the new family moved in who hadn't heard any stories or anything, kind of makes me wonder about everything I heard growing up. Ask Reddit. This happened to me about 10 or 15 years ago, in my early 20s or late teens. I don't think I've ever really honestly considered what I saw. I've told the story to a handful of people, and each time they've all had the same response. Aliens. Honestly, I don't have a better explanation, I just don't know. My best friend, his younger brother, and myself were headed toward their home late one autumn night. We were coming in from downtown area in an old Civil War town, located smack dab between D.C. and Richmond. Most people's houses in that town are accessed by one highway that runs the length of the entire county, but my friend's house was way out in the boondocks. Now, you could go way down that highway and eventually make it there just fine, but there was a much faster route using the back roads, and of course, we took the back roads. We weren't strangers to those country roads. The brothers I was with, they'd ridden on them their whole lives, and I've been around long enough to have grown comfortable with them as well. Truth be told, though, they were creepy and dangerous. Especially at night. People drove way too fast out there, lots of accidents. As we wound through the heavily wooded serpentine streets, we came to a four-way stop. Straight ahead of us was a dirt road. Yep, that's the way we were heading. It was one of the only dirt roads in the whole town, as far as I know. Now, like I said, we knew this area, and driving down that dirt road was nothing new. We did it all the time, and it's strange, though. See, the road leading up to it is paved, and then it suddenly just becomes dirt and rocks for about a mile or so. Then back to normal, state-maintained road again. Not sure it had ended up like that, but in any case, We went right on down that road. Up until then, it was kind of a totally average night for us. The rocks and sticks, we're driving over, and it has this car shaking like mad. The trees are so thick overhead that you can't see a star in the sky. We're just chatting away, laughing, listening to music in my friend's ancient Thunderbird. We round another sharp turn and the car hits one last huge bump before the mud gives way to asphalt again. My friend begins to bring the car up to speed, and the looming forest thins, revealing a star-studded sky and rolling cow pastures on either side. "Holy fuck, stop the car, man!" his brother yelled from the back seat. It scared the living shit out of us because he'd been quiet for a little while. My friend asks what his problem is, and his brother starts gesturing out of this small window in the back seat. "There's something over the dam." Couldn't see anything out of the windshield just then, but his brother's freaking out, pulling his seatbelt off and telling us to stop the car. My friend hits the brakes and his brother bends me in half as he sort of folds the seat forward to get out from the back seat. His brother scrambles out of the car, rolls to a stop, and runs up in front of the car a few paces. "What the fuck is that?" My friend and I jump out and run up to where his brother is standing, and holy shit, what the fuck is that? About a mile up the road, we're heading down. It was like a rather large dam, about 150 feet in height, twice that across. We used to sled down the hills that led up to the top, so I'd been up there many times. You couldn't see it from where we were because of the topography and another forest sort of beginning a couple 100 yards ahead. Still, we knew exactly where the dam was located from the spot we were standing, and something massive was hovering just above it. I'll do my best to describe whatever it was. It's a sight that I still can't believe I actually saw. Can't really give an accurate estimate on its size, but I'll say it seemed to be pretty goddamned huge. Easily twice the size of the damn wall itself. I feel like I'm being extremely conservative on that estimate. It seems to be an ovoid in shape. Something akin to a football with too much air pumped in, bulbous at the top and bottom. The most striking and blatant feature, however, was the lights adorning this thing. They were bright neon fucking green, few shades darker than the uranium cylinders you see on The Simpsons, but glowing just like that. One massive beam or bulb sat at the bottom of the thing, which I imagine seemed even brighter to me as it would have been reflecting off the surface of the reservoir that it was hovering above. From our vantage point, I believe it couldn't have been more than 100 feet above the surface of the water, very low to the ground. Running up and down the sides of this thing in lines, imagine the latitude and longitude lines on a globe. They were like rivulets of the same green light through these. They're not really as bright as the one at the bottom. And so we just stood there for a minute, slack-jawed, I'm sure. I remember after the initial shock passed, the first thing I felt was an intense wave of dread. It was just too fucking close. People see shit like this way up in the sky. Usually so far away that the camera zoom wobbles like a top when they try to film it. I just felt that I was in genuine danger. It quickly overpowered the sense of awe that had first hit me. That dam probably wasn't even a mile from where we were standing, and what's more, my friend's house was literally across the street from it at the top of the hill. I can't rightly say much about the thoughts I had, or, well, what I may have said in those moments. I just recall feeling overwhelmed and more afraid than I've ever been of something like that. It's hard to explain. Different fears all have their own subtleties and emotions when you experience them, you know? Like being caught in a riptide doesn't feel quite the same as being told you have to bury your dog. It was completely unique and extremely visceral. The next thing I knew, my friend's brother had pushed me in the back seat and we were flying down the road toward that dam. "Keep an eye on it," he said to his brother. I can still see it now, but as soon as we hit those trees, I won't be able to see it anymore. I finally piped up, "Guys, fuck this, let's go to my house. I don't want to go near that thing." They weren't hearing that, though, and I don't blame them in hindsight. You don't get to see shit like that, ever. But I was well and truly fucking terrified. His brother was right. We lost direction of the sight moments after passing into that forest. But the light it was pumping out was so brilliant, mixing with the fog rolling off the reservoir, that he knew it was still there. 10 seconds or so, we would be out of those woods and at the top of a massive hill that led down to the dam. Still, just before that road took a pretty large dip and a very sharp turn that would head back, taken at like 10 miles an hour, or you'd wreck. We came out of that turn. We were climbing the last ridge before the damn hill. Dam with one M. That thunderbird was screeching when we sped out of those trees. The brothers were laughing with excitement. It felt like a battle cry. But of course, that fucking thing was gone, and I was relieved. From the top of that hill, you could see the whole reservoir, and anything else in a 3-mile radius not blocked off by trees. He hit the brakes. They hopped out, with me shortly behind. We all craned our necks looking to the horizon, to the sky, for any sign of that thing. But it was just gone. I'll say that we didn't hear any sound from it when we saw it about a mile or so off. We didn't hear it leave as we approached it, though the car really was loud, and it's completely possible that we just couldn't hear it over the engine. And the size of it was mind-boggling. More because of how close we were to it, because it wasn't the size of a skyscraper or anything, but still. I know, had I been at the top of the hill when I'd seen it, it would have dwarfed the dam in comparison. This has gotten way longer than I intended, but I wanted to give you a thorough account of the events. Hope I didn't leave anything crucial out, but what do you guys think? Was it aliens? Something else? Who knows? Ask Reddit. I worked in a bar. Very old building. Countless ghostly events. Ghost hunters actually investigated the building and informed me that there were at least 2 ghosts present during the investigation. A young lady, 19 years old, that had a crush on me and would follow me home. And then also an older man, red and black plaid shirt, and I know this because I saw him once, tried to serve him a beer. I'll just throw a couple of short explanations here. Bar is closed, doors are locked, building is empty, music is shut off, TV's turned off. I'm taking the trash out and had to walk about 100 feet down a hallway where a 90-foot of walk I couldn't really see the seating area of the bar. But prop open the door, toss the trash in the garbage, shut the door. I was never more than 2 feet from this door, and as I walk back toward the bar, I hear loud noises like partying and glasses and bottles clanking, music. You know, typical busy bar noises. I start walking slower, completely freaked out. I slowly creep toward the part of the hallway where I can see the seating area. Sounds get louder. I peek through the blackened plexiglass wall behind my liquor shelves and I see nothing, but the sounds are louder. I round the corner and I can see 80% of the seating area. I see nothing and the sound stops instantly. I walk past the glassware, round a corner to see the whole seating area. Nothing. Then I hear a sound. Ding! Bouncing wine glass fell about 6 feet. Bounced off counter, bounced across floor about 9 feet, made a 90-degree right-hand turn, bounced another 2 feet and sat upright. Then I heard a ding sound again, as if somebody flicked the glass. I called the police and had them sit with me until I finished closing up for the night. Ask Reddit. That would be the bridge. I was driving home late one night, somewhere between 1 and 3 a.m. The stretch of road I was driving goes through the back end of a couple of counties in the deep south. Nothing around but forests, fields, and occasional groups of shacks huddling under a light that only barely keeps away the night. I'd driven the stretch of road many times before, even at this time of night, so it wasn't really a big deal, just a long trip. Since there was rarely any traffic that time of night, during the day you could always count on at least a handful of cars somewhere around. I was able to turn the stereo up and push the pedal down. Then I came to this bridge. Nothing really noteworthy about it. It's not ancient or covered bridge, or really all that spooky. Just a concrete span over swampland, trees growing right up near the edge and turning the road into a dim trail at the bottom of a dark canyon. I'd been over this bridge many times before, and aside from being fairly long, it wasn't really noteworthy. Until that night. It was humid out, and as the temperature dropped, there was a little bit of fog. Not enough to really slow me down, but I had to turn off the high beams. So I'm shooting across the bridge, and it hits me that it seems to be taking longer than normal to get across it. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. Then I thought I was finally getting to the end of it. I saw a figure walking on the opposite side of the road, and at first, no big deal, right? Guy walking in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night. Probably lives nearby. Probably drunk. Watch them to make sure they don't fall in front of the car. But my mind is already racing. I mean, this is the middle of nowhere. There are no houses around, there are no lights but the stars and my headlights stabbing out into the darkness. And as I whizzed by, going way too fast for my own good, I noticed two things. First, the figure is wearing what appears to be a straitjacket, the sleeves undone, the straps trailing to the ground, glaring white against the background of the night. No mistaking it. A straitjacket, hands covered, straps dangling and waving as he walked. Second, it has no face. Like, there's no head there, there's a head shape, and the place where a face should be, but no face. Just an expanse of darkness that took to be his skin. I chalked it up to going really fast. Contrast between the white jacket and the dark skin at night, and thinking creepy thoughts. I mean, surely I couldn't have just seen that. I tried to spot him in my rearview mirror, but it was so dark there was nothing to be seen. I slowed down a little and was suddenly off the end of the bridge and on a normal 2-lane blacktop again. I did briefly consider turning around, seeing what it was. Surely it was just a trick of the light or my mind playing tricks on me, right? But I still remember being my heart pounding in fear as I sped through the darkness driving home. Ask Reddit. When the house we live in today was for sale, we went with our realtor for a tour. The 80-plus-year-old lady who lived there at the time was there, and she stayed in the corner bedroom on the bed and read a book while we looked around. After we left, my wife and I thought it was strange that she hung out in that room and not the master bedroom. That the bed in the master didn't look like it had been slept in a long time, and that the master bath had clearly not been used in a long time also. Once we bought the house, the neighbor told us that the old lady didn't like to spend any time in the master suite anymore because that's where her husband, Ray, had died. Fast forward a few years, my wife is out for the day, so it's just me, her 3-year-old, and our baby at the house. After putting the baby down for a nap, I asked the 3-year-old to hang out in the bedroom while I got a quick shower. He had gotten one of these toys a few days before, but been having a lot of trouble figuring it out. So I went into the shower and left him on the bed with that toy and a few others. When I was in the shower, I thought I heard him talking to somebody. Maybe my wife had come home early, but when I got out, it was still just me and him. Now, though, he was sitting on the bed, proficiently working the gyro toy, and I told my kid I was happy he figured it out, and he replied, "Oh, it's easy now that Grandpa Ray showed me how it works." Ask Reddit. Growing up, I used to spend the night at a house that was, in my opinion, haunted. My friend lived there with her family, and they all thought nothing of the sinks turning themselves on and off at night. Sporadically, mind you. Not a drip, mind you, but a fucking full-on sink for 3 seconds and then nothing. That would wake me up every time and scare the shit out of me. Other haunted shit in this house is as follows. The TV turned itself on sometimes and changed channels by itself. One time we laid in the bed upstairs talking and the TV turned on and started slowly flipping through different channels of static. My friend's bedroom was the bonus room, so she had the door to the attic in her ceiling. If we stayed up talking too late, we would hear warped wood start creaking back and forth across the door. So scary when you're all 14 years old. Worst thing. This was the thing that made me officially stop going over to her house. One time the whole family packed up and went to Sam's Club to go shopping. And as a bored 14-year-old, I came with them. The mom locked up the house as usual and shopped for 30 minutes tops and came home. When her mom went inside, she tried flipping on the lights. Didn't work. She said, "Wonder if the power's out," and tried another lamp and, well, nothing again. After a swift check of the house, it was discovered that all of the light bulbs in the house had been moved to the four corners of the living room. I don't know why, but I remember crying when we discovered them. For some reason, it was deeply scary for me. Ask Reddit. Dominican Republic, about 4 years ago. I took a night trip with some friends out in the mountains. We were staying at a friend's cabin and left at about 10 o'clock at night to a secluded valley called Valle Nuevo. In this valley, there are 4 pyramids that mark the center of the Hispaniola island. A good portion of the trip took place on a very, very dark road through the mountains. On this road, you can go for miles without seeing a house, or even telephone poles or electric lines. At about midnight, we were driving through one of the empty parts of the road. No civilization for miles. And we see a man dragging another man by his arms. The man being dragged showed absolutely no sign of consciousness, being dragged on the dirt road like a sack of potatoes or something. When we were approaching my friend Artie, the driver, he slowed down and said, "I think we should help them." As he said this, our light shined on the 2 men. The conscious one turned around and gave us the most terrifying look I'd ever seen on a man's face. His eyes were saying, "Do not stop if you know it's good for you." After convincing our driver friend that this man did not want our help, we continued down the foggy dirt road into the night. By about 2 a.m., we were on a good 25 kilometers away from any civilization, driving along delicate and dangerous cliffside roads. All of the stars in the sky, pretty visible. That's when the road started filling up with fog. The fog caused us almost to drive our truck off a cliff, leaving our front right tire hanging off a 30-meter ledge. We understood this as a message from whatever energy had been following us that night to stop, turn around, and go back home. After some amazing maneuvering, we managed to get the truck back onto the road and decided to continue onward to our destination. In other words, challenge accepted. The fog got thicker, the road got smaller, the cliffs got steeper, and we moved forward. At one point, the fog had gotten so thick that we couldn't keep moving, and a light appeared over the trees. It could easily be passed off as a star, but the fog didn't allow a single star to creep into our vision. The light moved from our right side and floated over our front for like 5 seconds, then disappeared as if being covered by the fog. As this happened, the fog in front of us started to clear, and within the next 5 minutes we had reached our destination. The amazing thing is the fact that we actually found the pyramids. It was pitch black out, no lights anywhere near this place, and none of us had been there before. Touché. Ask Reddit. When I was a teenager, probably about 16, I started developing bad insomnia. Our house at the time had 2 stories and a basement. It was on just over 2 acres of land, so close to neighbors but far enough away that there wasn't much neighborhood lighting. So you could say it was pretty much dark outside. Once night, I was home with my younger brother while my parents and youngest brother were at a hospital with my dad, who had just had surgery. My brother was asleep, and I was starting to go to sleep around 3 or 4 in the morning. That's when suddenly I heard heavy footsteps downstairs and somebody walking back and forth. Naturally, I thought somebody broke in, and I was terrified. I determined that if I remained quiet, whomever broke in would just take some stuff from the main floor. We didn't have many valuables. Maybe they would leave without risking waking anybody up. When day came, it turned out everything was fine and nothing was taken. There was no trace of any intruder. Eventually, I got over it, but about a month or 2 later, I heard it again, and again, and again. Always between 2 to 4 a.m. and always on the floor below me. My family doubted me because of the insomnia and my general sleep deprivation. One night I was up really late with my mom. We heard it together. Not only that, but this time it was on the same floor as us. Ask Reddit. I saw a pterodactyl on the coast of northern central California. Me and my girlfriend were on a road trip without any end in mind. We were just driving up the coast and decided to sleep on the beach. I'm not sure exactly where we were, but I'd say within about an hour's drive south of Monterey. As we were hanging out on the beach at night, we both noticed a huge figure in the sky. Slowly, as it gets nearer, I realized that this thing was no bird. I've seen hawks, golden eagles, owls, vultures, condors. None of them looked like this. It also didn't fly like a bird. It flapped what appeared to be leathery wings very slowly. I swear my first thought was that I was seeing a dragon. What's more is both of us saw it. We both stared at it in an awestruck moment for a few seconds before I caught its profile against the moon. It was very strikingly looking to be like a pterosaur. In the few moments we witnessed this thing, it was like realizing froze and gelled around this moment. I think they meant reality. The earth is an old cemetery. The earth is an old cemetery. Life and death have occurred on every inch at some point in time. We do not know how life came to be. It's a scientific enigma how 2 inorganic components fused to create the first living creature. Until we do, The living will never know for certain what that means for us when we die. You must know the recipe to know how the ingredients will separate. Hundreds of generations of observation after observation gives us clues, but nothing conclusive. Every civilization on every continent through the millennia has similarities despite their vast differences and distances. Something about us lives on. Is it the strongest who make themselves the most known? Given the strongest accounts of the life after death is often visages of a soul repeating their last moments or returning the anniversary of something or searching for their biggest heartbreak in life. It would suggest the weakest are the ones who are more often than not caught closest to the physical realm they're no longer a part of. The stronger, more well-loved of us may stick around for a while to try for a while to get your attention, let you know all is well. But eventually, the wafts of cologne or feeling of a loved one's hand or hearing a departed favorite songs playing softly in the next room that has no radio, these odd occurrences cease to occur in time. Is it that the spirit has moved on? Or that maybe the property has changed hands and such attempts are lost on a new owner, not being in tune with the communicating spirit to pick up on their residual energies? Well, given how old the Earth is, and how the number of people alive today, approximately 8 billion, still less than 1% of the number of people who have already died. Or rather 1% of 1% of the people who have already died. There's a good chance any house, new or old, will have a lingering presence. People cling to the notion that these spirits are bound to something and can't leave a home or a property. But when weighed against how buildings and property lines are temporary and changing through history, this belief doesn't seem to hold up. It seems that while the soul retains some human traits to stay among the familiar to the energy may not overlay current buildings, street, land divides, etc. of the living. Farmer Bob's most peaceful moments may have been walking his beloved cow along the paths out to the field every morning when he was alive. And 100 years later, that path he walked in life could very well now be several houses or apartment complexes. Maybe these complexes experience odd and unexplainable disruptions, such as minor electrical malfunctions in appliances or discorporated footsteps in the hallway of the 2 to 3 apartments now over a long-gone path at about 5:30 a.m. This is as Farmer Bob continues his favorite trek to the field. If nobody was awake for 25 years at 5:30 to catch the flicker of the lamp or have enough silence and subconscious connection to hear those shoes fall, does that mean Farmer Bob is a new haunt? Or that somebody brought him in? Or is G.I. Joe just crazy being the first one to notice when he moved in on the 26th year after Farmer Bob died? So used to his 30 years in the military of getting up at 4 a.m. to drink his coffee in solitude before heading out to PT. So much so that he continues the coffee routine after retiring, and as such sees the lamp flicker or hears the footsteps. Animals, for being the lower evolved species in our egocentric minds, do have higher evolved eyesights and hearing than humans, and also are more obviously in tune with multiple planes of existence and energy, sensing earthquakes before they happen or jumping away from predator sneak attacks from behind at the last second. Who's to understand your neighbor's crazy-ass cat crashing the blinds off the window every night? Maybe it's because she's seen the visage of a T-Rex walking his hunting grounds through their living room every night. We can't, and we won't, until we fully understand the recipe for life, its entirety. You might know that combining hydrogen and oxygen into H2O will give you life-sustaining water. But you might not understand that if you don't combine them exactly right, you'll end up with H2O2, hydrogen peroxide, a life-taking poison. If you believe you have a spirit, chances are you do. Doesn't mean it's new. Doesn't mean it's old either. just means something changed in your life or schedule or daily location. Knock, knock. Nobody's there. A couple of years ago, my significant other and myself were home alone. That's when we had a mutual experience that we still talk about occasionally. Our bedroom was upstairs in the 100-plus-year-old home that we lived in at the time. It was one of those hidden staircase homes where the stairs are hidden behind a door in the dining room. We kept the door at the bottom of the stairs closed for our dogs. The stairs themselves were carpeted, 13 of them up to a platform, left 90 degrees, former up to the hardwood floor of the hallway, and despite being carpeted, you could still always hear the steps as somebody came up or went down. The hardwood of the hallway and bedrooms was old, squeaky, beginning to space apart in places. There was absolutely zero chance of hiding anyone's steps regardless of how much they might try on that hardwood floor. Our room was on the second door on the left, the first door past the banister being the upstairs bathroom. Our bedroom door was open and we were watching TV, which was next to the open door on the bed opposite both the TV and the door. So here we are, laying on the bed, middle of the afternoon, home alone, watching TV with the bedroom door open. We could hear the stairwell door open. We heard it open and close. Soft, carpeted footsteps come all the way up, then the 9 hardwood louder footsteps from the top of the stairs to our door. We both had turned our attention from the TV to the open doorway in anticipation of our visitor. As soon as the steps came right up to our bedroom door, we heard a very distinct, very loud, very obvious to both my significant other and myself, 3 sharp, quick knocks on our open bedroom door. Yet there was nobody there. The dead visiting in dreams. I've carried this around for a while, and I'm not really sure where else to voice it except here. So I'm hoping somebody may be able to provide some insight if possible. My spirituality is not the strongest, and I've been kind of rattled since this occurred, so I don't know. Well, guess I just want to get it off my chest, if anything. My father passed away in 2019. It was very unexpected, and he and I didn't have a good relationship at the end, so it was rough. A few months after, though, I encountered him in what I can only describe as a lucid dream. The dream itself was quite long, but I don't remember anything except the bit with my dad, which took place at the very end. He and I were standing in the kitchen of my current house at the time talking. What specifically about, I don't remember. We were just laughing and shooting the shit, and in the middle of him saying something, I had this really strange feeling come over me. I don't know how to fully describe it, but it sort of felt like the sinking feeling you get in your gut when something isn't right, mixed with like a brain fog. It wasn't scary, really, but very uncomfortable and sobering. At that moment in the dream, I raised my hands up and looked down at my palms. The second my eyes saw my skin, it was like a snap into reality, and I was lucid. I knew I was in a dream. I looked back up at my dad, who had gone silent during this happening, and he had this defeated and sad look on his face, almost like he knew what was going on but didn't want to say anything. I said, "I'm not awake now, am I?" He shook his head a little and said, "I'm sorry." Then my eyes shot open and I was awake. I know this is a little bit anticlimactic, but I didn't experience anything else past that. I just woke up and it was over, and in general I'm a fairly active dreamer, but have never had this level of awareness in one before, so I don't know if this is just a wild sort of brain stuff caused by grief or something more. If anyone has heard of something like this happening before or had experienced something similar, please let me know your thoughts. Meeting someone from a past life. So first of all, I'm 34 years old and I've met thousands of people in my life. So this is a very rare thing I'm talking about. The first time it happened was with a girl. We were both in the store. She saw me first. I noticed her staring at me and a very, very weird feeling came over me. It's hard to explain. I knew she was a stranger, but at the same time I didn't know her. Or maybe I did. It was like a very distant feeling, but I felt it. And then we both smiled like we were seeing an old friend, and we talked for a while about our lives and, well, basically anything about ourselves that we could think of. And then there was a moment when it was like reality hit us both at the same time. She teared up and gave me a hug, and I remember saying, "Yeah, it was really good to meet you." And she said, "Yeah." And then I said, "I guess I'll see you around." And I don't remember her response, but I never did see her again. The second time was at a park. It was a guy this time. We noticed each other at the same time and smiled almost to the point of laughing. At least for my part, like with the girl. Sleep paralysis coincidence. In 2014, I had my first and only bout of sleep paralysis. I had a box spring on the ground and a mattress, so my bed was rather low. I was laying on my side, and I remember an intense feeling of dread and terror. I was only able to move my eyes, and I opened them to see this dark red figure standing so close to my bed that its knees were touching my bedside. Because it was so close and I was lying on my side, I couldn't make out its face. It began communicating with me, but not through speaking. I just felt this low rumble and the message of, "You're not dreaming, I'm very real. I've visited you in the past, and I'll visit you again in 9 years to remind you of my existence. You cannot forget me. Find the red book." It then listed some page numbers, but I don't remember them. I searched around for a bit back then and found something about the Demigorgon in one of the D&D monster manuals and figured that was that. Fast forward to last November. I'm listening to some YouTuber talk about dream theory, and he mentions Carl Jung's The Red Book. My jaw just about hit the floor and the hair stood up on end. How could I have not found this before? So I look it up, and it's a book detailing Jung's journey through his subconscious. I then realized 9 years had passed, as the entity had told me. So I'm obviously a little freaked out, but more anxious with excitement. I call my friend who's a librarian in the area, ask if the book is available. He searches his database, and the closest book is a few hundred miles away, and you're not going to be allowed to check it out. Odd. I then check Barnes & Noble to see if maybe I can just buy it. Lo and behold, there is one copy available in the store a few miles from home. I go there, search for it for about an hour before asking for help. The staff said I couldn't find it because there's only one copy and it just arrived that day and wasn't unboxed. I'm just about done with the book now. Not an easy read at all, and I've been taking my sweet time on this. Nothing has jumped off the page like some sort of epiphany, but very interesting nonetheless. Something talking through the children's mouth. My friend and I still questioning our mental health after experiencing this. We were going for a walk when we passed by the large primary school and heard the sound of children crying and laughing and screaming like usual. We laughed it off until I, the first, heard one of the children say something to me, calling my name. I turned around to see the children still casually playing. No child was looking at me. My friend noticed I stopped walking because I was confused by what I heard. Then a few children began sort of talking at once, saying something to us that only an ex-friend might say. About 20 or so children were talking at once in the same beat, and they were calling me a nasty person who had betrayed them. Something my ex-friend would say. It felt as if something was using their mouth to speak. I thought I was hallucinating. My friend, who was standing right next to me, was hearing it too. As I looked next to me, she was astounded as I was. For a few minutes it went on. Something was berating us through their mouth. The teacher on yard duty seems to pay no attention to this event despite walking past them. I assumed she thought the children were playing a prank, but were they? The other children who were not involved seemed to completely ignore it. Paranormal dream, reality or spiritual. Once I was sleeping, everything was normal. Until morning arrived and I woke up a bit. I was still sleepy, but I only woke up to see the time. It's 9:20 a.m., so I went back to sleep. Soon as I woke up a little bit later, but it felt like I couldn't move. I couldn't open my eyes either, so I thought I was doing sleep paralysis, so I tried to squirm around on my bed to possibly break out. Afterwards, I was able to open my eyes, but my vision was blurry. I was able to tell if I was in my room, but for some reason I saw my dad in the corner of my desk, which was next to my bed where my head lies. Except his eyes were all black and he was looking down on me. He had no mouth either. So I immediately closed my eyes and felt something like cold and hard, like a tiny piece of metal falling onto my forehead. Not to mention I wasn't able to breathe properly, and I was softly suffocating like something was on my chest. I remembered a video said that if you're in a sleep paralysis, move your big toe in a circle movement. And so I did. I know you're not supposed to believe everything on the internet, but it was worth a try. I then woke up and it was morning, but just trying to sit up was really hard, like I was a big bag of flour. I felt very heavy. I was still in my room, but everything felt wrong, like it wasn't my room. But I managed to sit a bit and grab my phone to see the time, but as I did that, I couldn't see my right arm, like all of it, not even my shoulder, but it felt like I had my phone in my hand, but I couldn't see it. I couldn't even feel my arm. It's as if I never had an arm, like you cut it off. I couldn't talk, and I still felt like I couldn't breathe even while sitting. I still felt something was on my chest, so I lied down again, closed my eyes. Woke up in deep water. I remember I was really cold, felt like I was swimming to the surface. I still couldn't breathe, and once my head got out of the water, I woke up. I was breathing heavily and all sweaty, and it was so hot in my room. My father was working from home and opened the door to my room and my experiences with bumps in the night. I have had many experiences with orbs, ghosts, bumps, and interactions in my home. Here are the biggest. The first one is pretty cool in my opinion. First one. My wife is a childhood diabetic, and sometimes at night her sugar levels will drop dangerously, which can put her into a coma. I am a very light sleeper, and I have trouble sleeping in general, so one night at about 2 a.m., I got up to go watch TV, and as I walked past my wife, I looked at her, noticed two orbs above her head. One was bright yellow, and one was white and yellow. I looked and took a couple more steps and then went, "What the hell?" I backed up and sure enough the orbs were still above her head, so I went to check on my wife and sure enough she was profusely sweating, a sign of low sugar. We figured those orbs were her parents. That is cool. 2. Another night I came back to bed and noticed an orb on my bed. I sat down on my bed and moved the blankets around, lifting them up and stuff to see if it was a light trick. But the orb just stayed there. I moved around, waved my hands, but the light was never blocked. Then I heard a thump on the floor and noticed the orb was now at the base of our dresser and about shoulder height of our dear cat Winston, who had passed in 2007. Still miss him so much. We've all often felt him jump on the bed or off. 3. And again, I was up watching hockey at about 4 a.m. when I noticed a black triangle zip across the screen against a white ice. Hey, there's a bird in the stadium, I thought, so I rewound the game. It was PVR, but no bird. The next night I just climbed into bed when I felt 2 tugs on my blanket right by my should. I'm going to go with shoulder. 2 tugs on my blanket right next to my shoulder, but I ignored it. The next night as I lay in bed, I felt a heavy weight sit on the edge of the bed beside me. It scared the crap out of me, and after that, he didn't return. But my wife has a friend who can interact with spirits, and she said it was someone named Kevin. 4. This one I hate. I have a fan that has a safety feature. If you touch the fan, it should stop the fan so kids can't be hurt. But suddenly every night for months at 3 a.m.-ish, the fan would stop. And when it stops, it makes a loud electrical sound, like a buzzing. The fan never stops at any other time except then. I always felt that there was something standing in that corner watching me every night, and this freaked me, so I moved the fan to an empty room, and guess what? It doesn't stop. If it stopped at random times, it's on from like 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. I would say it's maybe an electrical problem, but every night at around 3 a.m., bit strange. This one just happened 2 nights ago. I was awake lying in the bed and I could hear somebody walking back and forth at the foot of the bed. It was keeping me awake. Then I heard a tapping sound from our baseboard heater and then walking and tapping. Well, this was too much, so I growled, "Will you fuck off? You're keeping me awake." And right after I said this, there was a loud thump on the floor like I startled it, and the air in the room immediately became lighter. I have many more experiences, but these are the best. I guess I am a bit in tune to spirits. For number 3, I think I brought it on myself, knowing I'm a bit sensitive to spirits. And I had been saying in my mind, if any spirit needs help, and you're a good spirit, I'll try to help you. I guess Kevin needed help. I guess I'll see you later. Seekers, join us at Paranormal M as we uncover the secrets of the supernatural. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. Drop a comment, hit the like button, all those things, and embark on a journey through the unknown with our captivating stories. The Midnight Chess, February 29th. There's an urban legend that terrifies and fascinates in equal measure, known as the game of death. If you're a chess enthusiast, I assure you this story will amaze you. Mark February 29th on your calendar, for it is the appointed day. Being a leap year day, it only occurs once every 4 years. On February 29th, before midnight, go to a room where you can be alone. Close the blinds or windows, turn off the lights, and light some candles. You must set up a chessboard on a table. taking the black pieces for yourself and leaving the white pieces set up in front. When the clock strikes midnight, close your eyes and say out loud, "I challenge you to a game." With your eyes closed, wait about a minute. Then slowly open your eyes. Direct your gaze to the board, and you'll see a pawn begin to move slowly as you hear a disturbing laugh. At that moment, you understand that the game has begun, and your challenge has been accepted. The legend says that each piece represents your loved ones: rooks or children, knights or siblings, bishops, parents, queen, your partner, king, the player himself. Each piece holds a significant sentimental value for the challenger, making the game progressively harder. The challenge consists of a traditional chess game where a wish and a penalty are at stake. If you win the game, you'll have a successful life of luxury and money before the next February 29th arrives. However, if you lose, every piece you lost in the game representing a loved one will die tragically within 4 years, with the challenger being the last to die when February 29th comes around again. If you were defeated, but some of your pieces remain on the board at the end of the game, those represented by the remaining pieces will be spared from the curse and continue their lives as before. This particular aspect of the game makes every decision more difficult and horrifying, since you're not just looking at pieces on a board, but your own family members fighting for their lives. There's only one piece that will always suffer the consequences of the curse in case of defeat, and that's the king himself, the piece of the challenger. It's rumored that the pawns are former participants who were defeated and are trying to help you win the game. They say that when you're about to move a pawn, making a bad decision, the pawn will be hard to pick up, giving you a few seconds to think and possibly avoid it. But there's one last option, a draw. If this happens, the resolution will be pending for 4 years. However, there's a benefit to a draw. Since the game was undecided and still pending resolution, neither party will receive benefits or penalties. That means during these years you won't become rich or successful, but your loved ones will stay alive. Some great chess players reportedly prepare and wait for this day to challenge the spirit and force a draw, thus keeping their close family members alive with the risk of playing a bad game and dooming them all to a certain death. If a draw occurs and you do not attend the tiebreaker within 4 years, it will be considered a forfeit, and therefore you will suffer the same consequences as if you had lost. In 2024, we have a leap year, and in a few days, February 29th will appear on our calendar, which has already passed. So gotta wait another 4 years. Food and items keep disappearing in my apartment. Me and my partner moved into our apartment about 6 months ago. And since the first month, things and food in the fridge have been disappearing. I'd like to state first that we're very careful people. We have a Ring camera, we changed our locks to our apartment and put new strike plates, as well as an inside security lock to prevent the door from being able to be kicked down. And on the balcony door we have a jammer bar. Along with this, we've put bars for the windows that can't be opened from the outside either. First, it started with Parmesan cheese. We had bought a new container. We used some of it to top some pasta. The next day, we had gone in the fridge to use more of it for the leftover pasta. More than half of it was gone. At first, I'd assumed that my partner was just snacking on it. I didn't know, but then they said they hadn't and actually thought it was me. So then I suggested that maybe one of us was sleep eating. We did some things like leaving things in front of the door to make sure it was just us sleep eating. It wasn't me. It definitely wasn't my partner. I'm a very light sleeper. This started to happen again and again with every Parmesan cheese, to the point where we just stopped buying it. We had checked several times to see if maybe we had a squatter or something, but we have no attic, no vent big enough for a crawl space. We would check literally everywhere somebody could be, under the sink, in all the closets, under the bed, the pantry outside, hell, even the fridge. Along with the cheese, other food items were disappearing as well. Household items such as pimple-popping tools. Nasty. You know these things are truly missing because I'm a clean freak, and I literally flip the house when I clean. I reorganize everything every time, and we clean every Sunday. Along with disappearing items and food, we've heard each other say someone. It's not us. And we have heard scratching on the walls and loud bangs. We've even seen things fly across the room and clicking sounds. I finally decided to make this post because yesterday I bought some half and half and had the seal on it and everything. And today I reached in the fridge for it because I was making cream mushroom soup. When I picked it up, it was light, and it had been open in less than a quarter full. Honestly, whatever this is, it's very annoying, and to help address the problem, I need to first identify it. The Whispering Attic, an encounter from childhood. Though I've never thought of myself as somebody who believes in the paranormal, there is a childhood memory that defies any rational explanation. At the age of 8, my family and I lived in a grand old Victorian house. The house had its fair share of creaks and groans, typical of an old building, but there was one room that always felt different: the attic. This attic was a spacious area, mostly reserved for storing items, with a single dusty window that offered a slanted view of the backyard. Every time I ventured up there, the air felt heavy and still, making me uneasy about being alone. Yet curiosity often got the best of me, leading me to sneak up there to explore. One afternoon, as I sifted through an old trunk filled with forgotten toys, I distinctly heard a whispering sound. It was soft, barely audible. It was above a murmur, yet unmistakable. My heart raced as I froze in place. The whisper seemed to be coming from the corner of the room near the pile of old clothes. With cautious steps, I approached the pile, my breath caught in my throat. The whispering ceased as soon as I drew near, leaving only the creaking of the floorboards beneath my feet. Despite thorough searching, I found nothing unusual in the pile. The experience left me shaken and bewildered. When I recounted the incident to my parents, they brushed it off as my imagination running wild. However, the memory of that day has remained vivid throughout the years. It wasn't a terrifying encounter, but it was certainly peculiar and left me feeling unsettled. Even now, I'm uncertain what to make of it. Was it merely my mind playing tricks on me? Or was there truly something inexplicable happening in that old attic? The answer remains elusive, but the memory serves as a poignant reminder of the enigmatic mysteries that sometimes dwell in the hidden corners of our world. Enigmatic-y. The Chanting Within the Abandoned Library, a Haunting Discovery. Growing up in a small city, we've been pretty continually fascinated by the vintage empty homes. They seem to cover secrets and techniques and treasures waiting to be located. One such area became the metropolis's antique library, closed for many years and included mystery. As a group of curious young adults, we decided to discover its dusty halls armed with torches and a starvation for adventure. The library was a maze of tall shelves full of books, nearly touching the cracked ceiling. Sunlight struggled to come in through the grimy windows, making it experience a sort of eerie interior. As we walked further in, a typical quietness crammed the air. Handiest was sort of damaged by the sound of our footsteps echoing the hall. Suddenly, a sound we had by no means heard before echoed via the library. It was a deep, atypical chanting coming from the back room. We checked out every different place, nervously feeling scared, but our curiosity changed into more potent than something of a worry, so we cautiously pushed the squeaky door open. The room becomes even darker, with most effective a chunk of light coming from a marginally open door. As our eyes were given used to the darkness, we noticed a circle of books scattered to the ground, pages open like they had been thrown in a rush. The chanting grew louder, a steady chorus of voices that made us shiver. Fear took preserve of us, and we rushed out of the room, slamming the door shut in the back of us. We ran out of the library determined to break out, the chanting echoing in our ears lengthy after we're out of the doors in the vivid sunlight. We never went again to the library, the memory of that day constantly with us, whether it was simply the vintage construction gambling hints on us, our imagination swirling wild with the excitement, or something else totally. We can never recognize it, but that experience left a robust mark on us. A reminder of the atypical matters that may be determined within the forgotten corners of our town. The narrator hears a hint of translation or AI there. Too easy. The disappearing spices. A persistent presence in my grandmother's kitchen. While I wouldn't name myself a believer within the traditional feel, there's one recurring phenomenon in my grandmother's kitchen that defies any logical explanation. It started years ago. Once I was a youngster, assisting her preparing for family collecting. We had been attaining this for a particular spice jar. Interesting word choice from the shelf. A acquainted blue tin categorized cardamom pods. It changed into unusually stored inside the equal spot. Okay then. However, that day was certainly long gone, so we searched the entire kitchen. Excessive and low. We don't need high. Checking each cabinet and drawer, however, the tin changed into nowhere to be found. My grandmother, female of unwavering practicality, brushed it off as misplaced and endured cooking. Good on her. However, this wasn't an remote incident. Over the years, numerous spices, such as turmeric powder, dried fenugreek leaves, even a hefty bag of an entire black peppercorns have mysteriously vanished from their traditional places. The disappearances don't observe any sample. Sometimes the lacking spice reappears in the equal spot just as inexplicably as it vanished. Other instances, it remains misplaced for weeks, best to expose up inside the most unexpected locations. On a high shelf, at the back of rarely used cookbooks, nestled in a basket of onions, or even tucked away in a drawer filled with kitchen towels. It's critical to be aware that my grandmother lives on my own. There is no possibility of somebody else taking the spices. We've joked approximately a mischievous kitchen spirit with a penchant for culinary chaos, but the revel in at the same time as atypical isn't malicious. Story does not compute with the narrator. Well, heck, read this. This one's off to a better start, I have a good feeling. Been off work for a bit, finally have the time to come home and do some reorganizing. Haven't been able to do anything for about 3 years due to work, but be it Mama's, my room, it was sister's, then brother's old room. That's 30 years worth of family items stacked with my stuff. My stuff got whacked into storage when I moved out 3 years ago, and Mama brought a coworker in to pay rent and help with the bills. We, being my mom and I, went through items and cleaned and organized that room. Proceeded to the cooler room that my father had made, and basically cold storage. It's like another bedroom converted in the basement. It's for dry goods and our firearms and our ammo. It's a clean, organized room with my stuff, and helps my mom sort some of the things of hers. Later on in the day, a sleeve of napkins decided to vacate itself out of the cupboard. It came off the top shelf and pushed its way opening the wooden door and lands behind me on the tiles in the kitchen. Before I could even say, shit, my mother goes, just say hi. Fuck, Mama, why are you so calm? Pick up the sleeve, and it doesn't weigh anything near enough to open the door of a cupboard. I said, hello? Just placed it back, moved on. Went on with our day. I had to travel back to where I currently live in with my girlfriend. I drive home to where I currently live with my girlfriend, which is like 170-ish kilometers away. I get home, tell the girlfriend about the weird napkin experience. She thought it was my father, deceased 4 years at this point. Chatting and randomly hear blinds making noise in our bedroom. Check the room to see the windows closed, no draft in the room from a furnace. Furnace is taped shut. It's like the dust and output of the furnace directly over, your faces while you're sleeping. So that's shut. Anyhow, window shut, no draft, had super weird heebie-jeebie feelings. So I close the window blinds as I feel like something's looking at me from outside. Girlfriend now standing in the kitchen, we're talking about that noise and such, and I see over her shoulder our fridge door being pulled open. She also witnessed the fridge door open. Fridge door is on a hinge system, where it has to, quote-unquote, hump it. Either shuts this point or opens. The design is there so it cannot randomly open. It's your standard LG fridge, swing doors. I couldn't replicate how the door opened. It would take more than 5 to 6 pounds of force to open. For some triggers on my guns, take more tension to pull sort of a thing, like take a mechanical scale and pull on it to show force. She busted out her sage sticks, made me talk to it, telling it to be calm and such. Only good, bad, not welcome. Had opened the door and such, but was this my father or is this something else? I call her Question Lady. Over the past year of living in this house, I sometimes hear a soft female voice ask a question when I'm not paying attention. It's not the vents, because I can hear the voice when the vents are completely off. It's not the pipes, because I know what those sound like. I can never quite make out what she's saying, except for once I asked her to come closer, and she did. She asked her question, and it sounded like she said, "Can you hear me?" I told her obviously I could, but nothing ever came out of that. I don't think anybody believed me for a while. Then one day my parents and I come home from a trip, and my brother and my cousin both said that they had heard her as well. My cousin had come over one day on his lunch break, didn't know that we were out of town and my brother was at work. He opened the front door and called out and heard a soft female voice say, "Hello?" That night, when my brother got home from work, he was in the process of getting ready for bed and he got to his room and he was closing his door. That's when he heard the same soft voice say, "Have a good night." Scared him so bad that he walked around the whole house with a blade, but of course didn't find anyone. Question lady seems to be nice. Sometimes I wake up feeling her tapping on my headboard, or on the mattress. Once I couldn't sleep because she was humming to herself, but I always have a calm feeling when she's around. And even my sisters met her. But she met her long before the rest of us. She woke up one night to the feeling that somebody was standing next to her bed, so she reached out and felt a tingling sensation as if she touched something that wasn't really there. In the ceiling. My dorm in sophomore year of college was haunted. Strange events happened all the time, and as an apartment full of very excitable girls, we were all easily spooked. One of my roommates tried to calm us down by searching for logical explanations for everything that happened. But there were way too many coincidences. Started with little things. The lights would flicker off every now and then. A strange singing sound echoed in the walls. And it would be at strange hours of the day too, and we could all hear a door opening at one end of the apartment. We didn't see anything move, but we all heard it as clear as day. Outside of the apartment in that direction, there were no doors. Our bathrooms had motion detecting lights, and I walk out at night a lot really to go to the bathroom. The light would be on. I didn't think anything of it until one night. My roommate and I were talking at like 2 a.m. with the door closed. She saw the bathroom light come on. I didn't see it because I'm virtually blind. I can only really see bright lights, but we noticed the bathroom light doing this for a few nights. Then we started noticing that not long after the light would turn on, we'd hear a door slam. So, one night after the slam, we left our room and knocked on our other roommate's door. They were dead asleep. The only other door in their direction wasn't one that you could slam. It was definitely spooky. Around the time all these strange little things were happening, I started feeling a very dark presence. I wouldn't say I'm the most sensitive to things like this. I tried to pretend sometimes that I don't hear things that go bump in the night, but this darkness couldn't be ignored. It hovered low over me and it gripped me with panic at random moments. I didn't understand it. It would come out of nowhere. One night my roommate and I were just the last two getting ready for bed, and she had just gotten out of the shower and brushed her hair. She wedged her hairbrush back into the shelf. I say it that way because of what happened next. She crammed that brush between various objects on the shelf that held it tight, turned to me, we were talking, and then the hairbrush fell off the shelf. Okay, whatever. She lodged it back in place, and we weren't talking for 2 more minutes before this time it was ejected from the shelf. We both went silent as she picked it up. Then, of course, her music box started to play, and it never played. She never had it play ever before, but it started softly, slowly playing I Know My Savior Loves Me, which was quite possibly one of the scariest songs that could have played at that moment. Well, maybe barring something like Ring Around the Rosie. But we went to bed. I remember it wasn't as darkly scary as normal. I was able to, sleep for a few hours, and then I woke up with a darkness right over me. Of course, I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it, inches away and looking down at me and hating me. I jumped out of bed sobbing. I really didn't want to wake up my roommate since, we always went to bed at such ridiculous hours, but I cried enough that she woke up. When I told her what I felt, she took me seriously. We pushed our beds together for comfort, and because we're Christians, we prayed together. I laid down, and suddenly everything was different. The cold darkness was gone. I felt a warm and powerful love, a familiar spirit that I knew. One of my best friends had killed himself a couple years earlier, and I swear that in that moment, I could feel her holding me and telling me everything was all right. Next year, the university converted that building into boys' dorms instead of girls' dorms, since it was on the street and some creepers were looking at girls through the windows. But the coincidences didn't end. A boy killed himself on one of the upper floors. The boys would talk about the building not feeling right. And then one day, one of my friends was looking in the ceiling of his apartment, which was the apartment where my friends and I used to live. He found a Ouija board. We destroyed it right away and moved out of the area, and don't really know what happened after that. But I know that that apartment was haunted, and it wasn't by anybody very nice. The Singing Ghost. Near where I live, there's a school for the deaf and blind. It was converted from a mental asylum. I'm not kidding. You can go online and look at some pretty vivid and horrifying EVPs that they recorded from this place. And it's pretty terrifying. Anyway, I'm blind, and 8 years ago, a bunch of my blind friends and I were hanging out at the school for a sleepover. It's schools for disabled kids just to do things differently. Anyway, sometime around 10 p.m., my friend brings up that her older brother, who's also blind, told her about the singing ghost near the vending machines. Supposedly, it's a ghost of one of the old patients, and she likes to hum aimlessly. So we all excitedly gathered our canes and went trundling through the halls in search of the vending machine, which we quickly found because of its sound. When we arrived, we stood still. We listened carefully. The vending machine was loud and distorted the sounds in the air, so I could almost trick myself into hearing faint singing, but I really didn't hear anything. Always one for the dramatic, however, I lied and told everybody that I did. Nobody else heard anything, and disappointed, we all went back to the room to sleep. This was a weekend activity, and when it was over, I went back to college. I didn't think much about the singing ghost until a few days later. As I was getting ready for school in the morning, near my window right next to my dresser, I heard a soft, vague humming sound that I'd never heard before. But once I registered it, I realized it had been there for the last few days. Did she follow me? I don't think so. There were a few ghosts lurking around the apartment at my university, so it could have easily been one of them. But it was a strange and spooky coincidence. My cousin had a ghost we all named Fred. My cousins had a ghost. One of those ghosts that was caught in a loop and did the same thing over and over several times a day. What was that thing? He stalked down the hallway. It was unmistakable. Some of my earliest memories of going to my cousin's house involved stopping everything I was doing to look toward the sound of somebody coming up the hallway towards us. Each footstep was distinct and heavy and purposeful, made the floorboards creak, but nobody was ever there. When you were downstairs in the basement, you could still hear the footsteps striding down the hallway on a mission. My cousins lived in this house their entire childhood all the way through high school, and the footsteps in the hallway were like constant. They were so frequent that you could just accept them as part of reality. We called the footstep phenomenon Fred the Ghost. He was so caught in this loop that there wasn't anything much more to do besides occasionally catching our attention. The only time anything else came of Fred the Ghost was when my cousin was little. She had to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, and she walked out of her room just as the footsteps were starting up the hall. Maybe it's because children are somehow more susceptible to this sort of stuff, but when she opened her door, she saw him coming up the hall. A big, fierce-looking guy with a tomahawk. She squeezed her eyes shut as he came closer, and when the footsteps passed her, she opened her eyes and he was nowhere to be found. That's Fred, and I'm certainly glad nobody else has ever seen him. Whatever he was doing, it didn't seem very nice. I call her Question Lady. Community rules say I need a longer title. Over the past year of living in this house, I sometimes hear a soft female voice. And it's not the vents, because I can hear the voice when the vents are completely off. It's not the pipes, because I'm getting deja vu and I feel like I just read the story a moment ago. And I can never quite make out what she's saying, except for once she asked for, this is definitely the same story again. Yada-da-da-da. Point is, Question Lady seems to be nice. Sometimes I wake up feeling her tapping on the headboard, like the last time I said this. She woke up one night to the feeling that somebody was standing next to her bed, so she reached out and felt a tingling sensation as if she touched something. My experience that I remember the most. When I was 14, I needed a heart transplant. Once I did get one, I had one experience which started for it all. I was in the ICU during heart rejection. Being on dialysis and not sleeping, it could have been anything. I remember myself slowly slipping into sleep when I heard what I would recall to be a radio flipping their channels. I didn't know where it was coming from because it was so faint. The idea of a radio playing in the hospital wasn't totally out of the ordinary, but I just tried to ignore it. However, it became harder and harder to ignore. I opened my eyes and the hallway light was flickering. Couldn't move my body. I tried to, but I couldn't. That's when a black entity appeared, standing straight, its long fingers that came to a point. It seemed bulky, its eyes glowed white. I remember it slowly raised its hand and pointed it at me loosely. I remember it slowly moved closer to the glass door, and once its finger touched it, a loud thunder banged with a female scream. The lights flickered quickly before it went to normal. The heart monitor was going off. The nurses rush in. My heart rate was 140/50. I told them what happened, but they thought I might have been half asleep, and I tried to convince myself of the same thing. Months later, finally out of the hospital, I was recovering. My mom and I were at the store. I remember she saw an old friend. I don't remember her name, but let's call her M. Good choice. M was a very religious woman who just got back from pilgrimage. They were chatting in line while I, as a teen boy, just rolled my eyes and texted away on my phone. Outside, they chatted. My mom was explaining about my heart transplant. M was ecstatic and said, "I think this was destined." She went into her car and grabbed 2 blessed medals that she had explained and told us to hold on to. She then splashed herself and us with holy water. Now, mind you, I thought holy water was just water, prayed or blessed over by a priest. Nothing special, I assumed. It hits me. I became weak and dizzy. My chest became hot, and I told my mother I wasn't feeling good after I was splashed. M grabbed my hand and told me that I was being healed. She then prayed over me. Mind you, in the middle of a parking lot at a grocery store. So I was embarrassed and, well, confused. Little did I know that this little splash of water had opened up a can of worms that I wish stayed closed. That night I felt like my shirt was being tugged on. I was poked and grabbed. and I kept trying to make excuses and reasons why this was happening. But I think deep down I know. At school, it didn't stop. During a test, I was having this dizzy headache. I thought maybe I was feeling off or feeling sick. Then a woman's voice whispered in my ear. But the only girl near me was next to me. She was too busy with her paper to be whispering in my ear. I asked just in case, and she said no, so I just tried to ignore it. I moved to my mother's house, which was down the street and had my own space. It was downstairs in the basement. That's when the stuff began to pick up. At night, I'll be in bed with the lights off, and the only light on was from like the little red dot from a TV, and the two windows above letting into the moonlight. But this is when I began to realize there's more to these paranormal things. Seeing shadow beings sitting on the shelving and on the table in my room, and seeing shit climbing on the walls and ceiling, hearing things talking when I can't see them. I can hear my door shake, seeing things run by the window. It happened almost every night, and I got so used to it I just didn't care. One night I was trying to sleep when I felt the room get cold. I heard this loud growl in my face, feeling the cold air as it hit me. I just sprung up from my bed. I told my mother. She went down there with her boyfriend. They said my room was so dark that the little red light didn't cast any sort of light at all. Come to find out that her boyfriend felt a hand grab him down in the basement too when they first moved in. After a bit, I went back down and the room was normal. Another experience was that I was outside. I don't remember what, but it was dark out and I was in the back patio. That's when I saw a tall, bluish shadow standing at the edge of the stone wall. It had to have been 8 feet tall or more, and I remember feeling drawn to it, like it wanted me to go towards it. That's when my mother steps out to smoke and snapped me out of it. I looked behind me at my mother and then back at where I saw the thing, and it was gone. I told my mother what I saw, and she was surprised. "You saw it too?" I was confused. She explained that one night the dogs were barking and she looked outside and saw someone walking along the stone wall. She thought it was my brother's friend who lived in the woods, but then she realized it would have been too tall. That night we both knew we saw the same thing at different times. One night that honestly gives me major chills and anxiety. Sometimes talking about this gives me panic attacks, and I haven't told really much of anyone, fearing that they would be thinking I was making it up. One night I was sleeping when I woke up. Couldn't move. I couldn't talk. I felt my thing being gripped, and the pain was something I never felt before. It was pleasure, but really painful, and my eyes wouldn't move, so I just was stuck looking at my TV. I felt someone lean on me with a cold touch. Long hair hit my face, and I heard a low growl and a laugh that kind of blended into other laughs. "You're so weak and pathetic," a woman's voice said in my ear. That's before she squeezed really hard and laughed. I passed out from the pain and woke up in pain and sore and had scratches on my back and neck, and I had a burn mark on my back, which I still have. I went to my mother and told her what happened. That was while I was shaking. I went to a doctor about the burn mark, and he asked, "Did you lean on something hot?" I told him no, that I woke up with it. "Interesting, it's a burn, but it doesn't look too recent." He asked if I was in pain, and I said I was sore. He just kind of shrugged and didn't know what to make of it. I've been seeing this doctor since I was a baby. I trust this man with my life. If he doesn't know what to make of it, then what am I supposed to say? Stratford Trickster. One of the first jobs I got when I arrived at the UK was at a hotel in Stratford upon Avon. I might be saying that wrong. Somebody correct me, please. I was a receptionist. It will remain nameless as I'm aware that they don't want the reputation of being haunted. The hotel/pub was a country home back in the 1500s. A pub that even Shakespeare tried to quarantine at, and during both world wars it was a hospital. The history of the site isn't hidden, but it isn't publicized or exploited in any way. Marketing-wise, I mean. I used to work evenings by myself, leaving at around 11 p.m. with only 2 other workers being at the restaurant and the pub. It was right down the hall. I could see him through the glass door. Usually in the late evenings, I would prepare the next day and kind of draw to pass the time. Occasionally, I'd be looking up at the 2 best friends working behind the bar, and that'd be after the restaurant closing. During one particular cold November evening, I received a call from the Hamlet suite. I hesitated to answer as I moved the guests that were meant to be there into another room. The radiators weren't working. My mind quickly made the explanation that I mustn't not change the keys. The couple went back as they had forgotten something behind. Maybe they found the radiator working, yay. Pick up the phone, there's no noise on the other side, so I quickly glanced at the boys who were still in a pretty good but mostly importantly loud mood. Couldn't be them playing pranks. Quickly hang up and I call the new room where the couple are just saying, "Hi, just checking, are you okay with the new room and is it nice and toasty?" Before I could even finish, the other phone at the other end of the desk rings from the Hamlet suite. "It's so nice in here, thank you for moving us. It was just so cold tonight." "No problem. We'll have a nice night then." The other phone was still ringing and I picked up. Could swear I could hear breathing, but maybe it was my own. Then a squeaky laugh and the line disconnects. I quickly grab my master key and head to the room. I walk in after fighting with an old door and the windows partially open. Blinds open and look around and there's nothing to be seen. I close the window and the blinds and leave. That night I called my dad on the way home. Told him what happened. My dad has worked in hotels in Portugal since he was 15. So we just casually explained it as, "It's probably haunted, but you don't have to be afraid. Not all spirits want to harm. Some just seem to be bored." I laughed it off and was kind of able to sleep that night. A few weeks later, our December Christmas wedding started. It was our habit to allocate the Hamlet suite to the newlyweds and the Macbeth suite right next door to the parents of the bride, and across the hall, the Othello suite to the parents of the groom. Every time we would do this, the parents of the bride would complain that they had not slept well, and I had complaints after complaints of items missing. Veils, teddies, envelopes with cash. The list was infinite. The 2 night porters would come and go with the only clothes in their bodies and walk home. No bags of any kind. We didn't know where to start looking or who to ask for the items lost. One morning very close to Christmas, a very angry mother comes downstairs to the reception. Ignoring 2 of my colleagues' good mornings along the way, "This is inadmissible. I wish to make a formal complaint." I tried to calm her down and get to the bottom of what was bothering her. Most of the times at hotels we're able to correct our wrongs. She continued, "You must speak to your housekeeping staff. They can't be cleaning in the middle of the night, let alone taking a rest on other people's beds." I explained, "Our housekeeping staff just started their day now. During the night, we only have our night porter in case of emergencies." She seemed to get even angrier. "Are you telling me I'm lying? There's a woman seated at the end of the bed by my husband's feet. It must have been some of your staff." I apologized and assured her I believe her, and I'd try to get to the bottom of who it was. Items started showing up in weird places for the next upcoming weeks, like in drains outside on the table behind the bar. None of it made the staff look good, but at least I didn't get another phone call. help me sleep again. This occurrence is an ongoing saga in my life. Every night I lie awake, terrified to close my eyes. Let me tell you from the start. I was alone on Halloween night, having a few beers. I don't sleep much, but when I do, let's just say I wake a few minutes later. The last dream I had took me back to my grandmother's place after her funeral. I was alone, feeling kind of sad, and suddenly the old clock on her wall started to chime. This was my grand's favorite clock, and it never chimes. Why now? Could have sworn the batteries were dead. Suddenly, this took me back to 3 weeks previous when I was at a visit with a medium with friends. I had told the medium that I don't sleep. The medium told me I had a gift to see what others don't, and that my grandmother's journey to the other side was about to begin. Her husband was waiting for her. My gran was sick. We knew she would pass soon. The medium told me to listen for signs on the day of her passing, that my third eye would fully open as my gran also had that gift. She said my grandmother could help me and ask her. I brushed it off, but it sent chills down my spine. Suddenly I heard the clock chime once more, bringing me back into my grandmother's living room after her funeral. I was sure Gran had taken the batteries out of that clock. Ever since then, I've been having bad nightmares. When I close my eyes, I see images of death and destruction, wars, humanity at its worst. So much so that I don't want to sleep. It's making me ill. Last night I fought to sleep. I focused really hard and asked my grandmother as if she were alive to help me. Suddenly my phone rang. It was my grandmother's phone calling and I froze. Was it my aunt using my grand's phone? I was reluctant to pick up, but I answered nervously. I could hear my grand's faint voice say, "Ethan, write what you see." And then she kept repeating, "Write what you see." I dropped the phone in shock and said, "Write? My gran wants me to write. Does she mean write my visions of my dreams?" The next day I decided to create a horror story channel on YouTube called Doctordarktales. I'm currently on my 20th video. The nightmares persist. My work there is still not finished. Help me on this journey. Seek out Doctordarktales. Support the cause, and one day I might be able to have a restful night's sleep. My stories. My grandmother was very sick, always in bed, and died. Something strange happened after this. She lived in the house with our relatives, and they told us what happened. It was wintertime with snow outside, and they heard the bell. They went to open the door, and there was no one, but there was footprints only in front of the door, so it's really strange. Because if somebody was there and went away, then there would be footprints where they'd gone, but there was only footprints in front of the door. They called it, quote-unquote, grandmother visiting us. 2. My sister worked at a bar, and the bar was outside. There was a building, but after work she had to turn off the lights, and there was a window in every room, so she turned the lights off, came out, and they were all on again. She was really surprised and went to do it again, but it happened again, same thing. Then she called a friend, and they both went to look if there was somebody out there. No one was out there. It was like 10 or 11 p.m., and then I forgot what happened, but probably they turned off the lights and it stayed off. 3. My sister also worked for a nurse at one point, and she said that one old lady said to her one time, "Where's this young girl who always comes with you?" But she always came alone. 4. We visited Mom's friend on the weekend. She's old and her husband and son died already, so she was all alone in a big house. We went there for Saturday and Sunday on like one night's sleep, and I and my twin brother slept in one room where the son of this old lady slept when he was alive. Parents slept in the other room. So what happened is, while Knight and I, brother woke up and wanted to go drink. As we were young, we was scared and texted Mother if she can go with us. Then we went alone and saw her phone on the table in the kitchen charging. We drank water, went back to sleep. When we woke up, we just went to look on Mother's phone and there was a text, which was just written and not sent. It said, "You don't need go, they already went." We told this to the parents and they said that they didn't write it. Father also said when he woke up that he saw a shadow near the closet. So scary. As we were leaving, I and my brother went to the car, and then a box fell from the stairs all the way down. We were like, what the fuck? Then we went home finally. 5. I and my twin brother had the same room, and we were fighting for fun because it was boring. It was already like 6 p.m. or even later, so it was dark outside. We went in our room, and then I was following him and turned off the lights so we could barely see each other. This way I could more easily attack him. Then a small green trash fell from the closet. It was near the switch for the light, but I swear I didn't touch it. It also happened like 10 seconds after I turned the lights off. So what's strange is that this trash was there for 4 to 5 years and never fell. But when it was dark and we didn't look at it, it just fell, so I think it must be something. We both think that somebody wanted to stop the fight so we don't hurt each other. 6. So my twin brother and I have the same room. When everybody else was living in the room far away from our rooms, something happened twice when I was alone in our room and once when my brother was alone in our room. Bathroom is in the opposite of our room. There's a broom behind the door. Door open on inside, so broom was on the wall and then somehow turned on opposite way like somebody would pick it up and throw it the other way. Fell on the door. I don't know how this happened. It looked like somebody wanted to lock the door. We could open door only for little small and push broom with hand. LOL. My first night shift. I'm from Australia, and I used to work at a 24/7 rural petrol station in a small town called Barham. It's on the Murray River, and if you don't know, there are quite a lot of spooky stories around the river. If you ask any local, they will have a story to tell. Anyway, when I started the job, I was told not to mind the shadows that you may see get picked up on the security cameras. Maybe that was as these cameras were constantly recording. You could watch the cameras on a small TV behind the counter. My boss said that they come and go around the petrol pumps, and sometimes the light would go out over the pumps. He said to ignore it, and if you want, you can stay in the back room until a customer walks in. When I asked why, what are they? In the most Aussie way possible, he goes, because they aren't customers. They aren't your friends. Fuck shit happens if you acknowledge them. With this, I started my first graveyard shift. Lucky for me, they had just put someone else on the shift with me because I was new, but that didn't prepare me for that night. It got to about 2 a.m. in the morning before things started to get weird. Every now and then, the fridge lights would flicker, or the radio would go in and out of static. But what was truly unsettling was watching this figure on the cameras going back and forth just on the edge where the overhead light for the pump stopped, and just beyond being pitch black in the road. The other worker, his name was Tony, he could also see it, seemed to try and ignore it. Felt like he was trying to not seem spooked for my sake. Bless you, Tony. What was strange was that when the car headlights shone onto the road where the figure was pacing, it would just vanish, confirming that it wasn't physical. When the owner of the car finished filling up and came to the counter to pay, I tried my hardest not to look like I'd just seen a ghost, but what the man said to me next just tipped me over that night. He said, "Just had my first experience of a ghost car. See his tail lights and they suddenly gone. Creepy shit out in the bush tonight." The understatement of the year. Needless to say, I'm not ashamed to admit that I quit that job after 4 days, as I couldn't bring myself to work another night shift there. And still till this day, I don't know how anybody could. It's a wild experience. We fast forward a few months later. I had gone to a mate's house for a bonfire in his parents' property. We would call this a gatho. We would kind of burn off garden waste, sit around the fire having a chat with a few drinks, maybe a joint to share. It was always really chill. It was mid-July, so it was quite a cold night. Now, this is a small town, so it's not uncommon to know everyone, especially teenagers, but it was no surprise to see Tony from the petrol station at the gatho. I knew I had to pick this guy's brain for some context of what happened that night. As soon as I sat down to chat with him, we got to talking. I remember him saying, "You got out of that place at the right time." I asked him why that was. "Did something happen?" He said one of them managed to speak. I saw the shadow pacing, but then it started to call my name. Remember at this point that poor Tony looked really uncomfortable. I remember his eyes getting teary when he said it. It sounded like my mom. She passed away when I was like 12. He struggled so hard to get the next part out. Showed up every night after that using the same voice, asking me to come outside. I quit about 2 weeks after you did because of that, and I still can't get the voice out of my head. It sounded like my mom, but it was way too sinister. When he said that last part, I felt that chill you get on your butt cheeks. What made me believe. I was always intrigued by the concept of the supernatural, though I was always extremely skeptical about the whole thing. So naturally I wanted to see for myself if anything would happen like you see in those shows and YouTube channels. I gathered a few friends and we began exploring quote-unquote haunted places around Ireland. We visited, I believe, 7 or 8 different locations. Some weird things happened, but nothing conclusive, until we went to the Fallmore house. I grabbed my cousin and his girlfriend and we set off to a well-known haunted location in Ireland, the Fallmore house. When we got there, it wasn't on the side of a road like a normal building. It was miles down an old overgrown road that isn't used anymore. After driving for a while down this road, we came to the entrance, which is even more overgrown, and another long walk to the mansion. Getting through was tough, as the pathway to the place was mostly blocked by bushes and overgrown vines. Anyway, we got there, and the place didn't seem too bad. Although the look of the old building was spooky, I didn't believe it was haunted. We walked through the old mansion and the other smaller buildings that surrounded it. We ended up out the back end of the house, which was surrounded by forest. We began joking and having fun until we started hearing noises in the trees. It sounded like people walking and whispering to one another. It was getting closer, and we decided to go back to the car as we were getting extremely spooked at this point. When we got to the car, we tried an app that could talk to ghosts through this box thing. I can't remember its name. The whole time we genuinely had the feeling we were being watched by something natural or supernatural. That was yet to be seen. Then my cousin, who I had the car running and his reverse camera on, videos himself asking us, "Show us a sign in the camera that you're here." Then suddenly a white figure crosses behind the car. We freaked out, and once we calmed ourselves and stopped videoing, got out to try to debunk it. Now I have to note that it was during summer. I know excessive detail is against the rules, but please read this as I've no other way of telling this story from a few years ago. Please. So I would like to start this off by saying two things. One being, if you've already started reading this, please finish because I want to know if you had a similar encounter. And two being, that I don't intend to be rude whatsoever. I just don't care if anybody believes me or not. I know it'd be hard for anybody to read an encounter story and instantly buy it, but I don't know how to state that I'm not lying or over-exaggerating any detail of this. Every moment has been stained in my mind. So, with that being said, I'm not going to go off on any tangents about, what you should believe me or not, but let's start. About 2 years ago, I was 13, almost 14 at the time. I was still quite immature for my age, and I enjoyed role-playing as Mortal Kombat characters. Like fighting with my little brother who's now almost 13. By the way, I live in Whitefish, Montana, near a place called Olney. It's surrounded by woods, pretty much. I also have horses basically everywhere on our property. It's going to be important information for later. Anyways, me and my little brother decided to go outside to the back of my house. That's where this road is that's about 400 feet in length, leading up to what I would say is about 8 round hay bales. To pretend to fight each other with wooden swords that we had custom detailed and made ourselves. I was cosplaying as Sub-Zero. My brother was wearing regular clothes, and we just started walking away from our house towards the hay bales because we intended to fight on them. Once we had gotten about halfway there, which took like a minute, we were almost at the end of our horse pen that was fenced in next to our house, reaching halfway to the bales. I remember my brother leaning down to tie one of his shoes that had been messed up in the lace. It was the right one, I think. I'm going to get straight to the point, as too many details about everything, but this is what we both saw, and it still makes me very nervous and sweat. I looked over at him and immediately heard a loud, trampling, sprinting sound coming from the hay bale area. I looked up at them and saw what I thought to be something resembling a human, but extremely tall. The hay bales were stacked 2 up and I think 4 across. It was grayish white and ran behind the bales in what I assumed to be pretty much a straight line, then going past them, disappearing into the woods. That went from behind the hay all the way around my house. It went beside the main gravel road that brings you to the highway, of course. I immediately freaked the fuck out and tried to yell to my brother right beside me, but only managed to basically talk super fast to him with an inside voice. He as well looked up very quickly because he had heard the running too. There was a small pause where my brother sounded confused, and right as he did, it came running back to the hay bales once again, stopping this time behind the 3rd row of the 2 stacked one on top of another ones. So fucking tall that we could both see almost the entirety of the thing's head. Then it kind of ran forward a little bit and then straight back towards the woods, never to be seen again. I just want whoever's reading this to, point out that this all happened in the span of 5 to 8 seconds, and saying that whatever this was running in a complete, saying how fast it was, it's a complete understatement. Had to be running at least 40 miles an hour or fast enough to where we could both barely make out what it looked like in detail. Just the overall appearance. It looked to me as kind of like a rake, but way taller and more slender looking and gray. I remember my brother yelling, "What the fuck?" and literally so do I, so we full on bolted back to the house in probably 15 seconds. I got there first, yanked my brother in the door and slammed. Step into the shadows with Paranormal M, your portal to the paranormal. Subscribe and hit that like button and explore the unexplained with us. Get ready for a thrilling adventure into the mysterious. I'm just confused and still stuck on this, I guess. In the summer of 2022, my last camping trip with my family, we went to a popular camping location in Ohio. If you can figure it out, bonus to you. My sister and I, me, 17 at the time, and her, 14, we shared a tent. So we stayed up giggling and messing around quite a bit like Uno or talking about boys she liked. Mostly for week 1 in the 2-week trip, it was fine. We slept and talked like normal, until the 2nd week, where things took a turn. I have a really hard time with sleeping. So when week 2 strolled around, my sister would be passed out asleep and I'd be sitting wide awake for hours at a time. While these hours where I sat awake, I heard noises, crunching, shifting, growling, and howling. The basic outdoor noises, you could say. For the next 2 days of the week, I heard a lot of walking and talking in the woods. Things like, "Come here," or "Help me." Sometimes I'd hear faint whispering near my tent. I was honestly scared shitless. And on the last 2 nights, which probably had been the worst, my sister was awake and both of us playing Uno with her phone dead and mine on a cool 20%. Around maybe 2 a.m., my sister went back to lay down, and so did I, until I heard thick footsteps around the tent. Too heavy for deer or wolves, but too light for bears or elk. It was almost like a person was walking around my tent. My sister was awake and quietly watched as someone or something pressed on the tent. Pressed on the sides, and it pressed on the door. Now, my sister and I move all the little tent zippers into our tent at night just to keep people from trying to get in. Clearly, this person or thing was looking for said zippers. So we felt pretty smart, and this was night 4 of week 2. Now, finally, week 2, night 5. The same heavy footsteps, the same touching at the walls, and the same whispering to come here and come out. Saw something when I was younger. So this happened when I was about 9 or something, I'm not completely sure. My friend and I were playing in my room with Barbies, but took a quick break when she had to pee, So I decided it would be fun to hide behind my door to scare her. When I stood up and wanted to hide behind my door, I saw some sort of creature. I always thought of it as some sort of alien, but it could be something else. It for sure didn't look human, though. I know how it looked exactly, but have a vague memory of how it looked. This is because it's been so long. When I saw it, I felt intense fear. I couldn't move or breathe, and my heart was going crazy. I don't know for how long I stood there, but eventually I walked out of my room and my friend came out of the bathroom. We both went inside my room and went to play again. At that moment, I didn't remember what happened, but still felt extremely scared. I must have looked scared too because she kept asking me if I was okay. I'm not sure when, but maybe a few days or weeks later, I started to remember what happened that day. Got extremely scared to sleep. I never told my parents and I just kept it to myself. They just had to deal with me being scared, laughing my ass off. I told my little brother a few years after it happened, but every time I talked about it or every time he would joke about it, he didn't believe me, by the way, I would freak out, and this intense fear would fill up my body, remembering something I shouldn't be able to remember. Back when I was a small child, like 3 to 5 years, told my mom multiple times that my dad had a car accident and killed his friend, and I was there. She would put this off as, odd behavior, not think much of it, until she once told my dad, and he was totally shocked and looked at her like an insane person. Came out that before he was with my mom, he had a girlfriend, and while driving, the car slipped and they crashed into another car where she died. There was no kid there, but we can't explain how he knew it, that it happened in the woods and that it was a crash against a tree. There were no kids in the car. It might sound crazy, but I can't remember this incident very much now. But since my parents somehow were involved with this case, it stayed a bit more in my brain. I apparently talked a lot of dumb stuff like telling my mom, "Remember when I was an adult back then? I always did X, Y, or Z." Sadly, she didn't remember what exactly, and, well, I need some help with Beardstown, Illinois. There's a town in Illinois called Beardstown. The town is really small itself. Sundowner town that's run down and just wrong. I have stories upon stories about this place, but I need more information from people outside of my circles. The townspeople are complacent in their existence and seemingly have a jaded emotion to any mention of supernatural or just weird happenings in the town. If you happen to know anything or have any details of Cass County in general, I would appreciate any information on it. You heard him. While I'm at it, I'll share a story. I would often visit Beardstown to see my partner during my spring break. It was an escape from my life, and one of the only times that we saw each other before we moved in together. He lived with his grandparents off of US 67, heading into town by the Swift plant. The road had houses on the left and fields to the right. Closer into town was a massive cemetery across from the plant. That was the main area that we would occupy since it was a little bit out of town. I think out of all of the stories I have, a good starter might be the night the moon disappeared. A lot of things happened that night. They were kind of bizarre and just, well, not right. My fiancé and I were headed back from St. Louis. It was March 22nd, 2019. It was specifically a waning gibbous, and was directly behind us for the drive. We were driving through Little Indian when I noticed the moon was gone. No clouds that you could see, no stars, but no moon. We stopped at a Kanoko on the road and got out to look because it felt absolutely wrong. It was nowhere in sight, but we had to get home and it was 8 p.m. We drove into the area and was headed toward this creepy-ass church outside of town called Shiloh Church. It was abandoned and creepy and, well, a whole different entity. The road before and after the church is covered in thick trees and had a dip in the road. This area would have a thick fog and mist and sometimes have misty people-shaped figures just chilling in the road. We had the radio on low at like 5 or 6, just because we were a bit freaked out about everything. When we hit the dip in the road, our radio jumped up and down in volume and my fiancé turned the radio off. It immediately turned back on and the lights started flickering. The air got heavy and cold and suddenly, my fiancé slows down and then speeds up. It scared me and all he said was, "Deer." After a bit, we started getting to Beardstown. He breathes out really long and tells me what he saw. Disclaimer. I will not be saying the name of the creature. They are taboo to say. And I believe in the evoking of the name, if you know what I mean. I need help with Beardstown, Illinois, Part 2. Anyway, the spookies. These are accounts from my partner, and I mentioned in the first post for background his grandparents lived there. He would often go there for summers and breaks for school. It's unsettling and definitely informal, since these were talked about in a group chat. So there was one night when I was a kid, and I couldn't sleep. So I was sneezing out to the computer room to just go play Webkins or something silly, kid stuff. As I was walking past those big wall-to-floor windows facing the woods leading to the computer room, there was something that wasn't quite a person and wasn't quite an animal on the back porch. It was crouched, pressing its face against the glass. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that video of the rabid coyote that's snarling up against a window or a glass door and it's like smacking its muzzle into the glass all violently. It was like that. That same feeling of danger and wrongness, but little kid me was like almost hypnotized by it. It was just standing there and trying to push through the glass and would sometimes smack whatever kind of mouth it had against the window. Almost like it was trying to bite or break the glass. But eventually I snapped out of it and ran back to my room and didn't come out until morning. Another one I was present over the phone with, it was this. When we were long distance before 2020, he would call me frequently while I was doing schoolwork. It was pretty late and he calls me and says that he's having a massive shriek-like scream that happened down the road from him. If anyone's familiar with hearing a guttural scream, you know how unsettling and icing it can be. Freaked him out a bit and we heard a crash happen. He lived off of a massive highway with crop fields on either side. The fields had these rain banks that sort of ran between them and, well, that and the highway. It was about 5 to 6 feet deep. A little after the scream, we hear a crash, metal on metal of 2 cars crashing. Soon after, sirens flying from down the highway past his house. He has me on call and decides, well, as any Midwesterner would, to go see what's going on. He gets to the police barricade and they tell him to turn around. And apparently, quote unquote, you'll hear about it in the news. And that was it. He couldn't see super well, but there was police activity all in the field yards away, looking at 2 different crumpled cars. The next morning he goes out, and while the wreck was cleared, there was still debris. There were signs of 2 cars being there deep into the fields like they had been tossed or thrown. No real news happened on it at all besides town rumors that drug deal went wrong was the only explanation. Date was December 27th, 2019. This is an account by a few of us on this note from our document that we share. The airport runway that goes on with, no end at night is just like woods and surrounding grass. It pulls you towards it. Strange shadows in the grass, you could say. There's an old airstrip near my partner's home at the time. It's one of those small private aircraft runways with a few hangars and little to no security at all. The runway is planted in a field with lots of wood surrounding it. I've been to the airstrip a few times, and every time it was not fun. It scared me straight out of the gate. It was eerie and too silent to be in the woods. We've had a few interesting things happen, but the main one was not being able to walk to the end at night. On foot, you'd be able to walk to the end of the strip in about 5 to 10 minutes, and during the day in the car, both at night and day. On foot, we had never been able to reach the end at night. We had walked it several times, just the 2 of us or in a group with other friends, and every time we could walk for what felt like hours with the dim lights of the runway stretching into the distance. Never growing closer to this end. Few of our friends reported feelings of dizziness or wrongness in these walks. My partner told me stories about a junkyard that was also back in the same woods behind his grandparents' house. No fence, no security. Nobody else ever there. But there were cars or chunks of cars. I felt the presence of my recently deceased cat. I lost my precious cat, Peter, last week. He always followed me or my fiancée around our apartment. He was 100% a COVID cat through and through. He always wanted to be around us. If we wanted to shut him out of the room, he and his brother would throw a fit outside our door. If we failed to shut a door fully, he would be there to headbutt it open. He had so many quirks about him that I loved, even the annoying ones. One example of a quirk that he had was his constant need to wake me up every single morning. Even if he had food in his bowl, he would go straight to my office trash can and start knocking it down. I'd have to drag my ass out of bed just to watch him eat in the morning. At the time, it was so annoying, but in retrospect, I kind of miss it so much. Peter was something else. Sadly, due to some very, very tragic circumstances, I had to euthanize my boy out of the blue. It was one of the hardest things I've ever been through. I've had to euthanize 2 other cats before, and while they were both tragic, this one hit me like a truck. I haven't been able to do anything around my apartment without it instantly reminding me of him. I've never grieved so hard. Yesterday I was getting ready to leave my place to meet my fiancée for lunch. I went into my bedroom to quickly grab my water bottle. I failed to shut the door behind me, leaving it slightly ajar. I grabbed my water bottle, and when I turned, the door cracked open just enough for a kitty to slip through. At the time, I figured it was his equally attached brother, Charlie. When I opened the door to check Charlie, he was across the hall cleaning himself on his back. I was instantly taken aback. I closed the door the rest of the way behind me and walked towards Charlie and started petting him. Kind of dismissing the door opening to AC pressure, the latch pushing it open. That was until Charlie's ears perked up and he stared directly at the bottom corner of the bedroom door for about 3 seconds. I looked and, of course, didn't see anything, but I felt an instant warmth over. I don't know what to think, but I may have encountered a ghost. It started with my significant other, and I'll call them J.A. for short. J.A. has been through the most trauma I've seen a person go through. I won't go into specifics of the trauma, but it's horrific at times of their life, and I try my best to help them through coping with all of it. Each time they're depressed or suicidal, an apparition appears called Tommy Cade. They kind of just go by Tommy. I just first started knowing about this apparition as of last night. J.A. can hear him and can see him at only the worst parts of their depression or coping with the trauma. We both thought this apparition was a result of trauma and that he or it was a reaction to trauma. That was until I started asking questions to Tommy. According to J.A., Tommy said that he had a brother named Samuel. The mother named Meredith and dad was named Harrison, and his full name was Tommy Marcus Cade Jr. I don't believe in ghosts and still don't, but what happened after boggled my mind. I told J.A. to go into the other room and for me to talk to Tommy alone. I said something like Red Rover. J.A. came back into the room and said Tommy had said Red Clover. Thought in my head, okay, she just somehow heard the mumbles of me talking. So we tried again. She went even further, about 3 rooms away, and said something to Tommy. We did this 3 more times, and each time she would get it right. We asked her brother to check and make sure that she was far enough and had her ears shut with her hands. Still, when she came back in blue Ford, orange Hippo, etc., she would get it right. So we tried another test. We had her sit in the corner looking away and closed her eyes. Tommy would tell her how many fingers I was holding. We tried a couple, and 90% of the time, AJ would get the amount right. We tried this 2 more times, and this time with a pillow to her face. I gave generic numbers, and then I gave a thumbs up, and I shit you not that she said 1 thumb up. Weird, right? I tried again, and I gave her double middle finger, and I shit you not, 2 fingers gives Tommy the bird. Well, I'm in all honesty just confused and astonished. I don't think we could ever prove ghosts like in movies exist or spirits in religion, but this is not normal, right? Like I feel like I'm losing my mind. Have I scientifically proven something unnatural? I wouldn't say proved, but at least tested to raise suspicion. If so, how many tests should I do? How much evidence to show probability likelihood that it would kind of throw coincidence out the window? How much data would I need, and how would I publish such a paper? I would obviously need to get more people to observe and spectate and validate. Well, how would I go forward and do that? You can believe whatever you want to believe, read this or not, but as a man of science, How do I satisfy this itch in the back of my brain that something somewhere could exist? Also, Tommy claims to be from 1870 to 1890, and to be 13 years old. My personal experiences with paranormal things. It was very late. I was visiting a friend. I was at his parents' house. It's a very small village near a larger city, incredibly quiet area, no sounds. He told me many times that a specific time in the evening was when he would walk alone or with his girlfriend, and a woman's laughter would be heard. One day he walked through a field to a place where he heard laughter and voices. The only thing he found was a cross stuck in a tree. The next day he asked his parents if something had happened here, but no one knew the history of this place. Coming to the point. Several times I decided that we were near this place at a specific time, but nothing happened, and that very day I was visiting him. It was very late and I decided that maybe he would walk me a short distance toward my house. I'll continue on foot. We stood in front of the gate of his house. We heard rustling in the neighbor's yard 5 meters away from us, as if somebody was moving there. At one point, a green cloud shot up with the outlines of a human figure. She flew for 3 seconds high above our heads and disappeared. We were completely shocked, even though I consider myself a psychic. I've seen a lot of strange, inexplicable things in my life. I know I attract these things. It was the most powerful event I've ever experienced. And I've never experienced such close contact with something inexplicable. Personally, for many years, my friend and I traveled around the country to abandoned places. Urbex, like the atmosphere of forgotten places. Bonus story. I go cycling with another friend some summer day. We didn't make it back before sunset and it was completely dark. We were in a complete wilderness. At one point, a 3 or 4 meter tall figure ran across our path. It was a shadow, but it happened completely silently. No steps, nothing. The fields around us were cultivated after harvest, so this figure didn't run into the wheat or anything like that. She just disappeared. Big, flat, empty fields around us, no bushes. I just looked at my friend and asked if he had seen it too. He confirmed. Yet another situation with my friends. We decided that we would go for a walk in the forest, in a completely remote area. There are lots of small villages and forests around my city. Without extending the story, when we entered the forest, we heard the cracking of branches getting closer and closer to us. We thought it was probably a large animal, so we retreated. The road from the forest through the field led to the village. It's about 2 kilometers away. The moon was shining very brightly, so despite the darkness, it was possible to recognize where we were heading and what was surrounding us mostly. At some point, I heard somebody walking to my right, but both friends were to my left. The first thing that happened that scared us. We heard radio sounds as if somebody was communicating with someone, completely incomprehensible. We immediately... What experience turned you or somebody you know from a skeptic to a believer? I've always been a believer, as the home I grew up in was rife with activity. However, my boyfriend was a complete skeptic until recently. We went on a group paranormal investigation at a location called Dead Woman's Ditch. He went into this as a complete skeptic, mind you. He'd booked this as a surprise for me. That's because I love the paranormal, but he expected it to be nonsense. But a night of tricks and silliness nonetheless. During a dowsing rod session where 8 of us were using the rods, the lead of the investigation asked if any present spirit could use the rods to point to where they were. Simultaneously, all the rods pointed to a gap in the circle. That's where we stood. There was no wind, they all moved at the same time and at the same speed, and they all pointed to exactly the same spot. What helped solidify this was the fact that they all had to move in different directions in order to point to this spot. Some people had brought their own rods, and the lead investigator had his hands visible during this. Luckily, my boyfriend was one of the people holding the rods and said that it felt the fireside and its happenings in Montana. So my family used to own a small restaurant and barn. It's in Sims, Montana. It was the main draw of the whole town because it was one of the first things you saw going down the highway. That and a gas station, and obviously seeing a restaurant on a long drive was appealing. The fireside passed through many hands while I lived in that town, so it was very exciting at the age of 7 to learn from my grandmother that she had bought it from the previous owner, and that the whole family would be moving in. So I need to explain the layout of the place so you can understand where things happened. When you walk through the front door, you have the restaurant to your left and the bar to your right. At the front of the restaurant, half was a counter to give your order. Behind that in the bar was the kitchen and the freezer. And past that, was the house section. That's where my whole family lived. Lastly, at least to the left of the counter, was a more fancy dining room with red carpet and wooden chairs and soft red padding on them. In total, there were 3 ghosts in the fireside. I say 3, but only 2 of them were ghosts and the last one was something else. I'll speak about each one and the encounters me and my family had separately. The first ghost was always at the end bar and would randomly show up and disappear. Even some customers saw him. He wasn't creepy or frightening, but was rather very friendly. I remember one time I was walking around and saw him out of the corner of my eye. He'd looked up at me and smiled and vanished. He appeared to be like a farmhand, given his attire with work boots, denim jacket, pants, and a hat. He also had a rather old and long gray beard. We don't think he died there, but resides there because it was a place he enjoyed in life. I don't have many stories about this ghost because really all he did was sit at the end of the bar, but he was a welcome present guest. The second ghost was an older woman. She was always in the kitchen and behind the bar. She was very kindly and sweet dressed in an outfit that seemed to be maybe placing her in like 1841. Some encounters I remember was once I was in the kitchen being a dumb kid. I was running around and nearly tripped, but a hand caught me, placed me back on my feet. Turning around, I saw a glimpse of her smiling at me. And me being a kid, I smiled back at her even though I couldn't see her anymore. I also remember saying thank you. Another encounter was one my grandmother had. She was in the kitchen cooking something, I can't remember, but washing dishes. She had a pot on the stove when suddenly when looking to her left, she saw the woman looking at the stove and said, "It's gonna burn, love." To which my grandmother turned to the stove and saw indeed it was beginning to burn. She quickly removed it from the hot top and turned off the stove, and upon looking back at the woman, she was gone. I enjoyed having her around, and my family definitely agreed. She was very sweet. But my father said one time he swore that she put on us like a saffron on the counter next to him while they were cooking, and, well, no one tells him how to cook. The last thing was in a fancy dinner room. That was on the far left corner. But unlike the other two, it moved wherever it wished, and we all hated that damn thing. My mother would not go into the dining room herself because it scared the hell out of her. It just sat there sometimes in the perfect spot, like where no light reached, and we would always pray that it just didn't look at us, because even that was just too much. One encounter I have is when me and my little brother were in the dining room playing the Pac-Man game that was in there. My brother began pulling on his shirt, but I thought he wanted his turn. But I was so close to winning, but when he spoke, I could tell he was scared. I turned around and saw that thing rocking back and forth in a chair. It wasn't looking at us. I quickly grabbed my brother's hand and ran out of the room. Another one I had was when I was in my room late at night. I had woke up in the middle of the night and got the feeling that something was looking at me. So I looked up at my door, and standing in the doorway was that thing. It was somehow so dark that the darkness around it seemed so much brighter. Then it looked up at me. Its eyes were pale, white, and the feeling I got made me want to puke. I quickly hid under the covers and somehow managed to fall back asleep. My grandmother had an encounter with it once. She didn't see it, but when she was in the area right in front of the bar, mopping up when she had pushed to the ground. She literally got pushed to the ground, and when she looked up, there was nothing there. The most passive encounter with it was with my mom and dad, and they were sitting at one of the regular tables in the main restaurant area after my seeing a white figure go by my living room window. Anyone know? A couple of weeks ago, my wife tells me she saw a white figure with a white jacket went by the window going up a few steps onto the deck and to the front door. She thought it was me coming in the house, but the door never opened, and I don't own a white jacket. I tried to think of things that it could have been. Across the street and the road intersects, and headlights shine between our house and the garage to the steps and deck. This encounter happened at night. She brushed it off and kind of mostly forgot about it. A couple of days ago, I saw the same thing. Sitting in the living room facing the same window and thought my mother-in-law was coming in. Then remembered she was wearing a pink bathrobe. This one happened during the day and the door never opened. I'm not really sure what to think about it or if the color white means anything, and what do I know? It's definitely not a light or reflection, though. It's distinctively a person in all white walking up the steps. There was absolutely no feeling of fear or terror or anything threatening. I've heard of residual haunting where a spirit just repeats an old routine, but the thing is, this summer I took apart the old deck and built a bigger one, and the steps are not where they used to be. Whatever this is knows to use the new steps. Platform encounter in a Liverpool underground station. Several years ago, I was waiting for a train to take me from Mooresfield Station to Lime Street Station. They're both in Liverpool, in the UK. I was waiting on the Northern Line platform, which was quiet as only myself and a handful of other passengers were waiting for the delayed train to arrive. That was whilst I was on my phone talking to my wife. It's common for the station to be quieter during the day as it's located within the business district of the city. The time was around 11. That was on a Thursday. I know that it was a Thursday as I was on my way to Lime Street to change trains to get to a hospital appointment with my specialist, who only works on Broad Green Hospital on that day. I was slowly making my way up and down the platform, and as I waited, I was staring aimlessly into the vast darkness of the tunnel from which my train was now overdue by several minutes. I was talking to my wife on the phone as I heard running from behind me. I carried on with my conversation as I never really thought anything strange about it initially, and it was quite a distance away from me that time, so I never even turned around or gave it a second thought at first. I was near the end of the platform and the footsteps got closer and louder, so I turned around and I find nobody near me and the noises continued until they passed by me. They faded as they carried on into the tunnel. My blood ran cold as relayed the incident to my wife. Couldn't stop thinking about it until I got home. New apartment with unknown roomie. So I moved into this apartment about 2 weeks ago. I've come to terms with the fact that I have a roomie. The problem lies with the fact that I think it doesn't like me. I'm trying to make light of it, but I'm honestly scared. So it all started when I moved in, to be honest. I knew there was a presence, but it seemed more curious than anything. I didn't feel threatened or anything, just that I was being watched sometimes. I've always felt presences even as a kid though, so this wasn't a new or surprising feeling. It wasn't until a few nights ago where I felt threatened, for lack of a better term. I went up the stairs, 2-floor townhouse, and I was greeted with one of my shoes on the stairs, which was strange as I left it around the corner. My cat was by my feet the entire time I was downstairs. I then looked down the stairs, felt like I was suddenly in a place I wasn't supposed to be in, as if I was being watched by something that wanted me to leave. I went into my room and left the door cracked for my cat, but the entire rest of the night I would peek over and feel like it was staring at me. Called my girlfriend and talked to her for a bit, but still, I felt like I was being told, "Don't leave this room. You're not allowed to leave this room." It was stern, but maybe not violent. Then in the morning I found a little wall hook in the toe part of that same shoe, which was impossible because it was downstairs and my cat doesn't carry things and place them in shoes. Good cat. So then last night was fine until I left my room to look for my cat. Once I entered back, I know it watched me for hours. I would hear moving, and then at 3:06 a.m. I heard 3 knocks and taps. I was mad, and I felt like if I had left my room again, I would have been hurt. My cat is also now starting to act strange. Hatman, human negative spirit or multi-dimensional entity. I saw what might be the Hatman at 8 p.m. That was while I was wide awake in a public building, so definitely not in any type of unconscious state. Also, a group of about a dozen people were there, but I was standing off to the side. That's when suddenly I saw a flicker out of the corner of my eye. Caught my attention. I turned and noticed the window was completely blacked out, as if a large shadow covered it, as if the sun was out and got blotted out by a rain cloud. This shadow then lifted, and suddenly, about 20 feet away, I saw a tall, completely solid black figure with the shape of what looked like a large fedora, and that came along with a large overcoat, just nonchalantly walking across the lawn as if it was just taking its nightly stroll. Then it vanished after a solid 4 to 5 seconds. I've had a ton of paranormal experiences, some very extreme, but that was the first time I've ever seen a full-body apparition so clearly. I was walking across one of those pebblestone lawns that was well lit, so I know I didn't get it mixed up with another shadow. There were no trees or large bushes. It was so clear it was like viewing a painting of a black figure on a white canvas. I never even heard of the Hat Man until I came to Reddit over a year ago, replying to someone's post describing what I saw. All of a sudden, I got all these replies about the Hat Man. One person described it perfectly. It looks like the burglar you would see on one of those neighborhood watch programs and no trespassing signs. But did I see the Hat Man? 2 years after that experience, I came across a picture that completely caught me off guard, shocked me. In that building, I mentioned a woman that was executed there, along with her husband. This woman I had prior knowledge of, for she was an infamous killer. Her husband was also executed there, but hardly anybody knows about it due to the sensationalism of his wife for, well, quite a long time ago when female killers were sort of unheard of. In this photo, he was wearing a large overcoat with a large fedora-type hat. My blood running cold, I knew instantly that it was him, or rather his apparition. So I perhaps made a mistake. It wasn't the Hat Man that I saw, but rather just had a weird feeling. So this encounter's not scary, just weird. But some would say it's all in my head. But I do believe there's a spirit that's watching me and my family. So this happened today at 1 a.m. I was trying to lay down and sleep, and then I heard my doorknob slightly moved as somebody touched it without the doorknob turning. I waited for a second, assuming my, parents or brothers were going to open the door for my younger dog to come to bed with me. It was utter silence, so I assumed it was in my head. I did hear voices 30 minutes earlier, what sounded like a lady when I was walking in my room with the light on. It was such a strange sound, like somebody saying, "ah," but just faintly and a little scary. Thought it could have been my neighbor's cat or a person from outside who was on drugs or something. Brushed it off and, couldn't go to sleep. So I watched Super Nanny videos on YouTube. Then I heard the doorknob slightly move again, so I turned off my phone thinking somebody's actually going to come in this time. Wait a couple of seconds and nothing. I get up to open my door and see that no one is near the door, not even my younger dog who usually scratches at it. The oldest dog is sitting in his bed laying down staring at me. I know it wasn't him making any noises because he has long nails that scratch on the ground and he's kind of fat, so he sounds like a horse walking. It wasn't my brother's because I don't hear video games playing in the rooms, they are pretty much dark. I could hear my parents' TV on and open their door to just, they were awake watching TV. I told them about my doorknob and they asked if it was my older brother. I said, "No, he's asleep. I can hear him snoring." They told me to get my younger dog with me to go to bed so I could feel safe. I realized earlier that she wasn't in the living room sleeping like she usually does when she, doesn't feel like sleeping in my room. She was in my older brother's room the whole time, so I knew it couldn't have been her. Other experiences while living here for almost 3 years are our dog, Shadow Man with the Hat. When I was at least 11 years old or so, I'm at my great aunt's house spending the night with my cousins. My older cousin's room, we're in there, watching kid movies on the VHS, and she was gone at a friend's house spending the night. Me and my favorite cousin were on the bed while my brother and little cousin were on the ground watching the movie. I guess I somehow fell asleep without remembering that I laid down or even closed my eyes. That's because I wake up in the middle of the night laying still on the bed when I see in the middle of the hallway floating near the chandelier a shadow-like man with those old-fashioned hats. Never I blinked, he disappeared. Now, he was in the mirror where it looked like he was standing next to my brother and little cousin. I blink again, and it's standing right next to me. I closed my eyes and oddly fell back asleep right away. At first, I thought it was a dream, but realized it couldn't be if I saw that my brother and little cousin were sleeping on the floor, which I didn't know was going to happen because I assumed they were just going to watch the movie with us and then go to sleep in the living room like usual. I told my aunt about it. My older cousin believed me, talked about how they had paranormal things happen to them. Spirits in my home. But let me tell you the weirdest thing that's happened in our house. It was built in the 50s. When we first moved in, I thought I heard what sounded like my mom calling my name, and, when I went into her room, she said she didn't. It even happened to my dad saying that he thought he heard her calling his name. Many occasions, my dogs have growled in the corner of my room or my parents' closet for no apparent reason. A couple of times the kitchen cabinets are wide open even though my mom closed them. Then when my grandma moved in, she saw a white figure pass by my parents' room, assuming it was her son, but my dad was outside the whole time. I was in my room doing something, and then my mom calls my name asking if I'm in the room. I shout out that I am, and she tells me her and my grandma were sitting on the couch and both of them saw someone in white pass by her bedroom. They thought it was me for a moment because I had white pants on. In my room, my grandma saw one of my beauty blenders on my makeup drawer just unexpectedly pop off and hit the ground. The scariest experience I've had. It was early in the morning. I hear my oldest brother getting ready for work. I hear him open the door for my dog and come to sleep in the bed. I call her name to lay down as I'm falling asleep, and I feel a light poke near my shoulder. I freeze in fear, and I feel my dog near my feet. But I assume in that second it's my brother in the room, but all I hear is silence. The next day I asked if he can come to my room, and I just got poked, and he gave me a look and said, "No, he never went into my room. He just opened the door for the dog." My mom downloaded a ghost app so we can talk to spirits to see who's in our home. We did have someone with a female name wanting justice for her death, and another time we tried it with a different female. Air Force demon possession at Golf 1. I've been asked over the past 6 years to retell this story over and over by other airmen, so I feel it's necessary to share it with everyone. We were stationed at F.E. Warren, which is a nuclear weapon-oriented base to say the least. The weapons are always stored off in the middle of, bumfuck nowhere, usually with nothing but flat dirt roads and cornfields for as long as the eye can see. You could watch your dog run away for 2 days. Fast forward to my fire team sort of talking up this haunted school, less than a mile away. My dog is barking. I get amped and persuade the FSC to let us sight off to the school. He lets us go since he felt it was necessary to see this place. So we prepared the trip by ensuring all of our NVGs, thermals, and our flashlights were highly operational, because somebody said ghosts drain batteries. We hop in a truck and make our way. The first thing we notice upon approaching this old decrepit school was that something from the deep dark was absolutely screeching at us. It was screeching so loudly that it almost didn't seem real. Turns out it was an owl in a pipe that was projecting a screech. My fire team partner, Saldivar, he points out that owls are a bad omen in his religion. Crap. The only entrance point is the front door that's been busted wide open from all the storms. We enter into the main hallway. It's long, dark, dank, but definitely not alone. Immediately in front of us is the auditorium, and a bloody owl shredded to bits in the direct center. The 4 of us are huddled together when my fire team leader, Curtis, sees something run from the auditorium that we're standing in. Ran down the hallway, like a shadow. That's what I remember him saying. We walk down to the end of that terrifying hallway and come to the entrance to this notorious basement. I was walking through and I just continually looked over my shoulder because something kept touching my neck softly. My spine is shivering cold. My entire body is hot as fire. Made no sense at all. Blood is scribbled poorly on the walls, spelling out the phrase, "Get out." Well, okay then. They try to act like this isn't terrifying and tell the boys to head up. We get back up to the top and lo and behold, there's a giant opened maintenance shaft in the wall right at the entrance to the basement. And it wasn't open. Walk back to entry of the hallway and attempt to turn on the devices that we had. NVGs were on low battery. What? This is where it gets weird. We're in a line formation, basically 4 dudes crapping their pants in a row, staring off into this dark, horrifying long hallway. We get the thermals up and basically we make out these 2 tiny, tiny glowing balls that are basically at the end of the hallway, just intertwining with one another. We pass the thermals back and forth, debating whether it's a spirit or dust picking up low light. We conclude that it was not dust, as we could clearly see dust around these glowing balls. The glowing balls stop moving, stand still all of a sudden. Thermals die and VGs die. And from the deepest part of the hallway, a ceramic plate flies straight at us and shatters loudly at our feet. We panic, and in the confusion we separate. I bolt straight through what's left of the door, tearing it off the wall. One of the other 2 guys, Saldivar, he just went into the auditorium. Bad idea. He doesn't come out for a solid 2 minutes of terror. We all link up and absolutely sprint back to our driver, who is patiently waiting in the truck, to tell him to floor it. We're hyperventilating and can't process the feeling of terror that we just encountered. We approach the gate to Golf 1, and the radio starts acting up, changing dial to the static station and then cranking itself to the max. Now, I feel that I'm a calm person and kind of a rational human being, but I falcon punched that radio so hard it broke. We get into the station and tell the FSC what went down. He notices that our gunners, Saldivar, is just acting weird and quiet. We calm down and try to settle for the rest of our long 14-hour shifts into the morning. After an hour, we all notice that Saldivar's strangeness is now concerning. He was staring at a blank wall for more than an hour, muttering. We went up to the FSC desk, brought the concerns to him. I tell him that I'm not a religious man, but I think we desperately need to pray with him now, that I think he's going to harm himself. Saldivar's a great happy dude. We know it was the spirit. We walk out past 2 secured doors, 2 separate rooms, to see Saldivar slowly turning his head from the blank wall, smile, and say, "I don't want you to pray for me, and I'm not going to harm myself." I pooped my pants right there. This was not my friend, and it's not humanly possible to have heard our conversation. We get an alarm activation at one of our sites, always a rabbit or something, and I'm seriously worried. It's a long drive to the site, so I'm just drilling him with questions about what's going on, mostly met with hostility. While on site, I conduct the exterior walk-around, and this is where Saldivar, who's been watching us off-site at the HMVV with the thermals, yells at me to stop walking. That's when he tells me that there is a red figure following over me. Friend's spirit or mental break. So in order to understand this story, I have to rewind all the way back to when I was in the 1st grade. I had a friend named Blanca. The thing that amused me about Blanca was that, her name matched her appearance. She was pale, and when I say pale, I'm talking she could have stood by a wall and maybe she'd blend in. Her dark brown hair with straight-cut bangs contrasted this, making it more dramatic. She had or has a twin, but I don't remember the twin's name. Blanca didn't really speak ever, but we were just always kind of together at school. She did speak once that I remember. That was her counting pennies. 1, 2, 3, 4. She continued until she got to 100. She was so happy to have $1 in pennies. Very nice. I moved after the 1st grade, and this was the year 2000, so we didn't have cell phones. We didn't stay in touch. Fast forward roughly 7 years. I was in middle school. I began having this reoccurring nightmare. And in this dream, I was sitting on a swing in one of those tree swings that's really just a piece of wood on some rope. I was facing a fence that had a hole in it. I could see a back door and a girl who looked like Blanca, but she was exiting the house, and from behind her, a man stepped out and ended her life via a bullet to the head. I'd wake up at that point. I was a little edgy kid who brought up the dumb idea to have a seance. Stupidly enough, me, 2 cousins, and my sister agreed to hold it in my bedroom. We didn't have a Ouija board, so I think we just lit some candles, sat in a circle, and almost dark and just kind of chanted something. The candles were blown out, and we panicked, ran out of the room. I decided not to sleep in my room and opted to sleep in the family room for maybe a week. I was honestly too scared thinking of if my room was haunted. When I did return to sleeping in my room, all was peaceful for a while. But then it started happening, the feeling that I was being watched. Every now and then as I was trying to sleep, I'd get that feeling. When I looked, it would be a girl in the corner of my room, and she looked exactly like Blanca. And I mean 6-year-old her, like since I didn't know her long enough to see her age. She would stand in the corner with her head down. One night I asked, "What do you want?" To which she simply looked at me. She looked miserable. But then she just disappeared. Over the next year or so, I would also get the same feeling for different reasons. I would open my eyes one night to see a bunch of men in suits and top hats just staring down at me in my bed. Blank expressions. They surrounded my bed. I quickly closed my eyes and pretended to sleep for fear of them doing something to me if I looked at them too long. Fast forward another 3 years, and I now live in a new house. I shared a bedroom with my little sister at that time. One night as I was trying to sleep, and my sister was already sound asleep in her bed across the room, I looked over to my sister's bed. I saw the same